Championship Sunday.
Hello, welcome.
The plane will take us over the jungle for the final time of 2024. Sandhawk
final day.
for the last entry.
Welcome.
Who will rise above? Who will control those crossings? Who's going to be able to wend their way through the undergrowth and make a meal out of this one?
Thank you, Naruto. Welcome. Let's go. What's
it's a short
party?
amount of games,
PMGC
6 matches
finals.
ahead of us, and that's all
day.
you grab. The Vicious dropping in. I think that's on top of TJB, if I'm not mistaken. A hot drop to start things off.
Getting in real quick for this one. TJB with one player on 2 in this building. You can see the rest of TJB looking to try and regroup. The rest of the Vicious, I think they're a little bit further away. So right now, inside of this Southside Camp Charlie, it is a 2v4 in the favor of TJB, but the Vicious are going to be looting. They're going to be trying to hold this fight at arm's distance until the rest of the team can move up to the hills that surround it. TJB need to be careful here.
TJB, they had a run out yesterday, now looking to push it a little bit further. Let's get us off the map. Let's look at this fight right now, because it is very important for both teams.
Last day.
It's a great starting point for them.
4MV.
The Vicious
Let's
60
go,
points,
4MV.
TJB tied.
4MV, DK, RCB.
Who will go ahead? That is the real question here for both squads. TJB, Longs, as well as Triple S, the triple threat down below. Grab a shot over towards the open sight lines for both teams.
Let's go.
You can see those hills on the south edge of this one, though, under control by Brenozin, who nearly gets the frag, but not quite able to go the full
Alpha 7 to 4MV.
Get the knock that they were looking for. It is still just back and forth, but the knock over towards Longs is pretty nasty. Isolated as well. The Vicious have put themselves in the advantage here. They don't have to worry about players spotting them on the high ground, but Triple S steps up, stands tall for TJB, keeps them in the running on the match. Reyes has been spotted, and the Vicious lose 1. Fully flushed away. Can they find an answer?
Adrenaline shot straight to the heart, a 676 there, and to the heart of the team, because they'll need it going forward.
Last 2 men.
Themselves alive. Triple S is down though, and the Vicious starts to dismantle. Over towards TJB.
3 players looking to move through on Camp Charlie Southside. The first game today for TJB to try and keep this one going. And push out of that 10th place where they sit right now. Around the corner, David goes low, but the trade is there from Diminor. And 676 is the next to fall. 2 players eliminated, 1 player knocked. Longs is still there on the high ground, and Flower just trying to get away from it.
Flower wilts away from this one. Not possible to go any further into that engagement. For the Vicious, they take the first dub there. 2 elims to them. They lost 1 player for it, but I think they'll be pretty happy with that result. 4MV on your screens, already finding some good knocks over towards Na'Vi. 5th place team, straight up into 3rd with that 1 elim.
Shows you how close these tables are, and every single point will matter. Point denials will matter as well, Blank, as we get in towards the late stages. Every single inch you can extract from these matches.
4MV nice! Bon chapter! Na'Vi
adding to their tally.
Another knock for 4MV.
Na'Vi
I'll be happier. Na'Vi rock straight up into another trap. It's D+. Fabian finds the first shot. It is disgusting. And Na'Vi down to 1. Fabian with a reload. Immediately around the corner. Might be looking to drop the nade. But 6 is up front. A person over Fabian. Doesn't waver an inch.
He's got Nolbu coming in for the backup, but he sends him away. Says, I've got this handled. I'm fine on the inside. And Fabian racks up 2.
Let's go,
South Korea now only 4 points behind RCB.
It'll go a little while before they do get stuck into the fight down towards that south side, though. It's a long rotate for them. Circle did head over towards the east around the Carmi and rotate. D+ once again looking for even more elimination. Good tag on the vehicle, but Nick McGalaxy do get away.
Narvalo safe for a little moment longer, but they're moving up towards 4MVs, draw a little bit short this compound here, just to the south of 4MV's hold.
Let's go, DK.
The circle out towards that quarry location. We're looking at teams look to condense there. Reefers is lighting it up as well. Narvalo was low before, but he still has a little bit of cover. Those buildings were not under control for 4MV, and I think this is discipline from Nick the Galaxy. Not to go too far. They know they haven't scouted enough to be able to force towards that north side, but they do now have the info that 4MV hold that compound on their north edge.
Isilio over towards that north side though. 4MV learnt their lesson from yesterday. Actually, considering they pushed far up towards that north side of Pine, Isilio catches off guard. Today, 4MV says we do not want any of that smoke. They move down towards that southeast side, which is the smart decision, it's the correct decision.
Let's go, Let's go, 4MV. 4MV.
Over towards 4MV's position here, towards their south.
You can do it, brother.
East of Painan. May make Thundertalks approach hard as well if Isilio hold that west side solid. RCB, in the meantime, on that northeast edge, rotating in past Camp Bravo, looking to push in past last day hintin
last day
difficult approach, sure, but it should be fairly
last zone nhà nó khét dính điều ngài tại có tỷ lâu lẹ à point nó không kỹ thọ cầu chế trong mồi không kỹ lẹ cầu tàu đi cho hạ ta last day à he nhiều gì không là support gì à tâm đẹp ball trong tâm gì
I think it all starts here over on Sandhawk. If they're able to get themselves a couple of eliminations,
first day ni ai rengala dok nin solo 11 kill sa zil do wang chen na samong ye
they want to be leading from the front. That starts on Sandhawk.
23 kills and they chaotic
at times, but RCB has got to harness that one. They've got to get this under control. Back to Sandhawk itself.
Chung a pe na cho point no hung kala yeah.
D plus Kia have been pretty influential at bringing some order on this south side as well. They're holding this wide 2-1-1 split right now.
Let's go.
Slowing down everything on the south edge. They're potentially reading into the idea that, well, those river crossings, they're going to be pretty chock-a-block right now. They're going to be busy. So teams are going to help us to stagnate that west side. Instead, let's lock down the majority of this south edge. They've retreated to a 2-2 split now, and they're looking to rotate around to control more of this circle as it sits into stage 2. But they have had a massive effect at keeping teams towards the edge on the south and the southwest.
Currently, DRX and D+ both have fairly strong positions, both on high ground at the moment. Particularly a good spot to play for Kaikse. Over towards a nice, really strong outpost, which is fairly dead central. They also have 2 players in Soas, and I believe that's Hyunbin as well, over towards the eastern side of Quarry. Just managing those rotates. Thundertalk though, opening up with a barrage over towards Void Donkey.
First knock goes over to Xing. That's potentially resible here, depending on how fast Thundertalk move into this fight. This isn't in the circle blank, and within 20 seconds, it will start to move across them. It's only stage 2 short, but that will be a massive amount of pressure to put on this fight. Potato is getting rezzed as we speak, though, and he is back to his feet. Fall back, get some healing done. Try and re-engage on your terms. Void Donkey ID, they leave Razak in the building with the shotgun, playing behind the window. Nade in hand, they want to bait them in. Isilio have high ground oversight to third party this as well, Blank, remember. That makes Thundertalk's approach a little bit more messy. And falling back yet again, giving ground. Void Donkey ID, I think, may want to try and get out the backside of this one, but Potato goes down again to a nade, and Thundertalk keep up the pace.
Thundertalk keep pressing Void Donkey, and all he can do slightly move backwards with Hawaii not going down there. But the good Molotov from Zeta will pick up one. They'll lose a player themselves. The bleed out comes through for Potato, and now it's the 3 rookies. They will have to go onwards without their vet on side.
AJ wanting to put a nade in towards his teammate to try and keep him safe on the peak. Zeta takes a wing on the side and threads the needle with the DBS, but there's an immediate answer. The barrage of buckshot sends him back, and it's a trade. Zeta will be resable here in the stage 2 blue zone. AJ is low. That gives Vexy time to move up and into the close quarters combat. King getting rezzed, so is Zeta. 2 players on the top floor, AJ and Vexy on the ground floor. 1 player lost a piece, and Incilio are watching this all unfold. They've actually flexed out to be closer to it, Blank. They know that as soon as this fight concludes, there's points to be had.
No matter what happens here, it's likely going to be a fairly rough run out from either team that escapes from this. They'll likely have to send heavily towards that north side. They should understand this team's off towards their east here. Waiting out though. Still stage 2.
International player
inside this blue. It's going to start to suffocate when it comes around to stage 3, stage 4. We'll wait for that circle shift. Right now, DRX just owns so much ground towards that central side of things. Alpha 7 has been poking over at Falcons.
International player tawana he katit kolte masanga wang chu hi le hengi aha dominate o chu kolte Jonathan Hovel ho anaha dominate MVP anaha mu PMGC PMCO na Jonathan ho tula Jonathan ho yung
the last player to stand and the 3 rookies from Void Donkey ID keep their cool, but there's still 1 more to go.
Invitation playing around the corner now. Korea
only has 3 smokes and this in the pockets, so no nades to speak of. Trying to hold down 3 players from Void Donkey ID. Razak with the fight, but he's watching the wrong corner, and Zeta swings on him wide. Thundertalk go down in our first match of the day, 14th place, and it's our 3rd team to fall.
Zeo, sure he's out. He may be baked, but the rest of the team carries on without him. Good hold as well over towards Thundertalks. Difficult re-entry to the circle though. For Void Donkey. But a good hold. One that will inspire confidence in them. Towards those future games, a lot of their matches has resulted in a few early exits from the circle. So it must be nice for them, especially on Sandhawk, chaotic fight like that, to know that they can hold their own. Alpha 7, with that circle shift though, will get fairly central position for themselves over towards that eastern side. They already know the rough location of the Falcons. DRX though, some wonderful shots over towards 4MV, who are taking a dangerous tactic. The vehicle is on fire and 4MV has to hop.
The southeast compound of this quarry so dominant over the rotations in this area. Losing only 1 on this rotation for 4MV, I think is actually not a terrible result, all things considered. A bit of a mad dash for them past these compounds. Team Spirit are on the northwest side. They've moved Matic forwards across the quarry, but they've got a backstop, and Incilio are running face first into it for now. A nade over towards Westron, doesn't quite connect, but there's the spray down from Nomi. A 1-2 punch. Brilliant stuff from Team Spirit to hold their backlines. You've got 2 players up on the north edge. Nomi down a little bit closer towards the south. Matic's already got a foothold across the quarry. They can make this rotate.
Great read from Matic, actually. You leave 3 players behind, you know any team that's going to be coming in from the blue there is going to be pretty desperate at that point in time. But Matic, all the while, was watching for DRX. They recently, up until just a few moments ago, actually held that building that he is now in. As soon as he sees them move, he takes the executive call, moves over there, and has an anchor point created. This is some good play starting out for Team Spirit. Feels a lot more like how we saw them dominate over in their group stage. Igam sumo nga di nga game cut na kibang though a game style kichip dan kibang
still
inside this
circle. Sunga di nga kichip ma agam sunga
a lot of compounds, a lot of buildings, a lot of shacks to play around with, fair few rocks as well.
Global ga ka ding so kama game cut
the peaks he's looking for Nigma Galaxy with Void Donkey ID behind them. The circle shifts out far to the east. Donkey ID are not pausing. They're not going to stop. They're just instead going to leapfrog ahead of Nigma Galaxy and spread straight on through. DRX controlled this rotate against 4MV before. Will they be able to find 1 player from Void Donkey ID? Rizak goes low and 4MV are already there as well after making this exact same rotate. They're not stepping up. They're not finding these shots if they are. Void Donkey ID sails straight on through.
That is a wild wild rotate coming through from Void Donkey. The reason everyone's so surprised there is because everyone's waiting for them to stop. Everyone's waiting for them to get out of their vehicle. No one expects Void Donkey to make the mile-yard rotation directly to the center of the circle. It's actually an insane play, but with that circle shift, RCB controls a majority of the east side. Not now that Void Donkey showed up though, they're able to get all the way into Kampong on that northwest side because of RCB's large split. It is surprising they're here, but what an awesome rotate from them.
I don't know how they managed to make it work. And the good thing is that only Wild is in Kampong with them, which means that it's fairly secure for the time being. RCB potentially looking to try and change that. The 4MV ridgeline right now that runs down the middle of this circle.
First price is that behind there rupees ka het lo chalak to. Total price wang to price pool wang to $3 million hiana, $3 million hiana. First price wa hin zo ting son ve tao, zo ting son ve tao tu ni last day ya trophy ang hop do deal ya. Wang at an hop ka wa chu e ho lang BGMI run Japan de tan ki bo hin khat hiana. Na voice hat so okay ka. Ache game voice in hat dom say kyos.
Yeah, current second place team here, D+.
D+ kya sal ti ho na sal nolbu ti ho ti pa ka vet ni to gameplay ma YouTube.
Looking to take down even more. In the meantime, it's Team Spirit heading over towards Guild. Falcons, though, looking to stretch out. They no longer have a position to play. Good never that actually might find one from Falcons, if I'm not mistaken.
Doesn't quite connect fully onto East, and there's a knock-onto effect. This is stage 4. You need to get out of the res. Pick him up and get away fast. Or just give up the ghost on the player and play on as 3. It looks like that may be what they're going for, because Matic and Nomi are both low as well. They don't have the time to spare to go for this one. A dash through the smoke.
Group state nacho, group wacho, group to my homo yana, team blue, red, green homo yana.
There to stand for them.
Yellow, red, blue bha homo yana. Green bata. Yellow, red, green bha homo yana. Jila acho top 3 sumse se he. Final landing la avana group to macho. Top 3 hung se se cho. Group se acho ni tum chemo yana. Group chat ni tum na kichim win tin cha cho top 1 to top 3 final landing he grand final landing he kai sa he tao na do a cho 5 4
they could res at least one, so
it's 4 chan lo batak he 4 a na he 11 chan ha 8 chan ha 10 chan ha cho survival rang tiu ba so che pen cha kichim kit ona
unfolding between the two south
cha chan la kit wa cha cho hung kichim kit wa hello
the favor goes the way of DRX. They've been in that compound for a long time.
Group stage ti dam. Group và group khát trên ni thum cả trong vàng cho. Hấp tắc sung si cho hấp tắc sung si hấp tắc na cho 3 days sa cạo ya. Next week na cho group khát nên cả kit. Next week na cho group khát nên cả kit. Cho cho survival pen cho hung Japan kit. Survival pen cho kimo pa pay kit law na. After 1 week zo hung kitha pa kit. Abana. July amun cho aga chomin tin si grand final hele London a kit na. Hello chala.
RCB able to take care of
the vicious over towards Kampong. Put tam be set lo ding ai wang na pat lu za la.
Ni hobi here, but finally they too will be dispatched. In short order, Wild is down inside Kampong. Goodness me, it's all popping up.
RCB te ha chai go te te ha. RCB te chai leo 4MV te. 4MV te mini se hin kit ami khat ke no kita.
Towards 4MV and Void Donkey ID influence Rage up on the north edge as well for Revo to handle.
Yeah, for Alpha 7, this is a good starting point.
Left lang apa?
To start jumping up the lobby. The fact that Void Donkey is still inside this lobby and also doing fantastically well is a massive surprise to me. DRX still attempting to move through. Nice. Final player Baron, but a 7 elim match is awesome for 4MV.
Getting up in towards top 5.
You can do it, bro.
At the moment, it looks like RCB may potentially be the next to fall, but Baron has to
RCB te mini se hing ta RCB te ha chai go te nga. Nice!
Diego spots Silas in the grass, and he was the only player RCB in this next circle. Loxy across the road.
Make
a mad dash and 4 players for Influence Rage. The Dark Horses that have plenty of support here.
Zone Hilo, yeah, Japan, Hong Tau Din.
Yesterday, continuing into the first match now. Only 3 elims.
Japan đã chạy đồ léo. Por MV đi ngã chance nhau khăn không cản giật đi. Thế thế đi ngã hạ point or lose. Nhau khăn cái tỷ đan cho point. Albe lâu đi.
Plenty of points.
Finish Pepe.
Finish Pepe money. Finds Diego, immediately goes for a heal. Influence Ray shuts down his position. But he's just stacking points on this one. That's a lovely nade over towards the backside.
Nice.
With a unbelievable arm on him.
Cái nữa sẽ đấy bạn ơi, mi khát vàng là lose rồi. Come on, let's go 4MV. Yeah, only the one, come on. Last hinta Alpha 7 rồi. Alpha 7 rồi, Alpha 7 thì dùng cả team chứ mẹ. Alpha 7 tệ cả ball chat TV. Asshole goal. Ari yaar.
And Void Donkey ID have 8 themselves. 3 players alive and 8 eliminations to play on this ridgeline as well.
Dude, cái gì ai 3-3-3. Oh, cái vậy điều hiếm là sắp bắt
there. There's a real big chance for Void Donkey ID here.
I mean, it's a 3 versus 3 versus 3. This is completely even.
3 versus 3 versus 3 nha, không even. Alpha tệ thì nó tệ vậy ta.
And can force both Alpha 7 and Influence Rage to have to take fights with one another. Influence Rage, though, understands this. We'll move further over towards our eastern side.
Come on, guys.
DID, though, getting scarily close to where Carrillo is playing.
Brazil team ni.
Trying to move over that ridgeline, isolate the fight. Zeta wading on in towards Alpha
7.
Nice! SK12 puts him in his place. A little bit too bold there. It's actually the nade from Razak to take him out of the mix.
What's it?
And Razak's here with a shotgun on the other side. Oh! Get demolished! Brazil lose 1, but they still got another horse in this race.
Void Donkey, razor sharp razor on that front line. Now Influence Rage look to move forward. Can Void Donkey after a miracle
last man bao ra thả đi vào hết tất cả bao không thấy đó đâm mà ngã chán xong rồi giật kiện khắp tên nhà nó có sắp kiện ra rồi.
2 players to go into it. 8 elims for Razak already. And they need 3 more.
3v2.
He's a long range specialist, but put him in the boiler.
INFT.
And let's see what he's got. 3 players close by. Law the first
solo 8 kills standing up. 11 kills.
Take it down.
1v3 again.
First is taken out.
1v3 again.
No way. Spotted. Through the smoke, sprayed low. Little boy on the back line. Little boy making the dash to try and back it up. They're playing one side of the rock. Vexy gets clipped here. Low HP, and he will need these shots to find, but it will not come through. Influence Rage right over the ridgeline. And Void Donkey ID placed second.
What a game from them. The commit to the angle as well was insane. But it is Influence Rage. The expectations were big. Let's talk to the analysts over on the desk and see what they thought about that game.
Ladies and gentlemen, do Brazil!
Brazil
win of the final day of PMGC. We were talking about a dark horse. We were mentioning Influence Rage. This is how you want to start.
That's a massive chicken dinner from them.
Perfect
time here to try and secure themselves that chicken dinner. But so many cool players like Void, Razor.
Oh, wait, Diego, he's smiling.
He can do time. He's smiling.
Yeah, like you're saying, Void Donkey. I mean, we got to talk to Defi, and he got to actually duct tape your mouth shut.
Performance
in Max. I know you and Seven wanted to dive into what they did to get themselves into that late game.
Yeah. First of all, we gotta get started with Void Donkey versus Thunder Talk. It was Razak that allowed the team to kind of have a bit of a buffer. Vexy was able to push up because they were in a huge disadvantage. Not only that, the insane push that Voinky decided to do to
MVP.
the middle of the circle, it was absolutely ridiculous. It's something along the lines of what we've seen from Enigma Galaxy try to do over and over again here in Sandhog. It actually ended up working now for Void Donkey.
Yeah, Void Donkey, really good timing. I'm sure we're going to be diving a lot more into Void Donkey as we have to go through the replays here. But yeah, Razor had a really good angle to try to...
na la hoveta la hineo kha thai don la ma cho
that first elimination is always very important, and if Razor does not get knocked there, I think it was a Void win.
Talk about the 1v3 clutch
but
he just got against Alpha 7 Max, because that was, I was not expecting. I was like, okay, we were even talking about it. Alpha 7's got nothing to lose today. Alpha 7's probably going to try to have a 90-point day, secure themselves at least within the top 3 if possible.
Nice.
S12K kind of good.
S12K really good. I mean, you kind of get why Alpha 7 sent it up there, right? Because they want to send it not on the center of the circle, otherwise guess what? You're going to get pinned up with and of course the other side of Influence Rage, so they try and just go and
knock part here now 1v3 ball part. knock part here 1v3 ball part to part hình hành lắm. Pa khe là chun lai ma ma chun 1v3 ball kết là vang cho.
did the job in 5 seconds.
If even that.
Nasa mo mong de.
Down, and obviously Void and Donkey, they need to have a pretty big day if they want to be a team that could contest getting themselves a first place finish and bringing the trophy home back.
Point here top 1 kill every kill who 1 point 1 kill 1 point na top 10 top 1 chicken dinner ho chicken dinner ho peta top place point 10 top 2 who 6 top 3 who 6 5 top 4 who 4 top 5 who 3 top 6 who 2 7 to 8 who 1 point kila khoi le kill khana 1 point.
One that comes to mind automatically, the Vicious ended up fighting TJB, and on top of that, I mean, TJB, we're saying maybe there's a slight chance day 3 is the real day 1 for this team. Somehow they're going to be able to pull this off. The Vicious said, no, we're not going to let that happen. We're just going to stop you in your tracks.
I think we're talking a little bit earlier about how Vicious has nothing to lose realistically, and to some extent, right, going into this. Just a team, they're going to send it. They've done it a lot in the past, but now they even more so. Why the hell not? And it actually kind of worked out. It was a back and forth between JB.
It's what makes them so dangerous. They didn't expect to get to the grand finals. And right now, they're still doing relatively well. Put a stop to a lot of the other team.
I mean, not even.
Này dấu quân net tin sum dòng này pi quân net chèn khát bẩn này là.
But their transition from where they dropped to after that going in the northern side of that dip on the road, that compound to eliminate then Team Spirit and Falcons, that was a very important play for them until Razor happened, and that's not a good thing.
I mean, regardless of what has happened in the first 2 days with Alpha 7, you see them being able to put up 4 eliminations. If you're hunting down that championship, stuff like that can
kills a house load. Kills a house it
be like 9 points. That's pretty good for a Senok. That's pretty good points if you want to get yourself towards the top if you're already at the top. But the problem is they're so far down that they need to have even more explosive games than this. That's a good start. I'm not going to say I'm not going to fully count them out. They have a lot of step just like another team out there, 7.
Yeah, 4B and Sandhog, we were talking about at the beginning of the day as well with 4B. What is this team going to be able to do when they get all their players towards the center of the circle? Max, once again, they do end up losing 1 player. It was just 3 players, but they were still able to save the game with 7 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, you saw 4MV. They were almost trying to gatekeep multiple teams. DRX, they went out to and D+, but that's when Void Donkey decided to go push on.
INFT to chicken jet vào số. Apoi nhiều lần còn phải và ha. 4MV tiền đal phá thế này. Yeah, hello, top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Such a good rotation from them. So Void, the macro,
top 16 yung hin. Chicken dinner là la van nhiều khát kilo này leo 100 lang point này, 100 lang point vào thế này lại na. Kita namun dia almunte. Hai baru ma ben cak zilo wa. Super chat to loot na di.
Which is very doable. That technically could be a match for them if they have a big win to overtake 7 other teams and put themselves in first.
Yeah, Team Spirit though, they actually for the very first time dropped down to the 2nd page for the grand finals. And they had an amazing first day, right? An amazing first day in 3 matches alone, and that was a really good step up. But on 2nd page with 2 wins, we need to see some presence from Team Spirit because here they're pushed northwest. Not a bad entry point, but when you're dealing with Falcons at the same time, you maybe want to be a bit more proactive to make sure you're not being held off by all
last match tam hay là last match.
Teams like Falcons seem
13 match chiếm độ tao 2 days sung at so 2 days sung at so 5 match ki vat na lai tiu ta ni sung at so 12 match ki chiếm độ chia ni thum chan na he to to first match ki pan na lai 5 match sum na lai ala te vera ai fail ho mai thala ki kap to so hai lai o ka poi ma cha jan ha live ki ball la ko ki hello a game ki chiếm an
right now, and there's also
I mean, yeah, did you buy on here?
He had his own weightlifting challenge, but it wasn't much. It was like lifting a feather. Actually, you should have asked him. Was it like lifting a feather when he picked you up?
I was scared.
Even there.
Yeah, I was scared. I was like, wee.
It was actually hilarious. If you didn't see it, go back and watch it from yesterday. Not to mention, I think you have a video for it that you might upload on the 7WG over on Instagram. As well as a big shout out here to Kidia. The entire district is designed to make you feel like you're in a real life game. And every detail about it is about play and, of course, entertainment as well. And speaking of play and entertainment, the best way for us to play is to keep our hands warm with our Kupa UT2s Gamer Pros with its 5,000 milliamp battery and 4 different adjustable heating levels. These things are amazing. I'm surprised we haven't seen.
Yeah, what's watching more kita kabol.
They're actually really good.
Game kita like so shit
while I'm knocked and I've been eliminated waiting for
MVP Allah ole sum ka ki hot deal he lion ke for MVP and Allah awa hele.
So there's a topic I want us to discuss here really quickly that we did talk about while watching the last match. And I think it'd be really cool to actually talk to some of the teams about this. When you go to the last day of an event, there are teams that can play drastically. How hard do you think it is for these top teams, and how do they go into days like this knowing that teams are going to play quite different considering they have nothing to lose and no chance of getting first place?
I can definitely tell you that just from being in league stage in Malaysia, talking with a lot of players, they were saying that they do expect a lot of teams, especially once you get that halfway mark down to the final day. They're going to end up playing differently. If you're one of those teams towards the bottom, they got absolutely nothing to lose. Yes, there is still prize pool on the line, but for the most part, they're going to be trying to go for those highlight plays, for the add it to your reel, right? And right now, I mean, if you're like the Vicious, if you're trying to stop one of those top teams, which I honestly, I know I keep bringing them up, but it's because I've seen what they have been able to do over They were taking the fight to Bigatron, usually when other teams are scared to take fights to any of the big teams.
Yeah, I mean, right now pressure's a big also factor.
3 million prize pool here.
The teams at the bottom though maybe going to become a bit more of a threat, but the top teams, it's about dealing with that pressure. And I talked with Defi earlier, and you can even see it here on the camera.
1.5 million ho bet to first prize on Hintin.
Like Razor just did versus
1 million ho to gain below.
So important at this level because if you don't take care of it properly.
1.5 ya 5 ho cham ho ki hop sa Hintin ka studio ho hi ba.
I want to see a bit of an improvement. I don't want to wait until the last Erangel. It's going to be none other
than ki sa cha pa cha.
Able to improve on their Erangels, but it came down until the
last. Ga ki practice va inge room ki pa ka.
This time they need to improve right from the get-go.
All right, well, it is going to be our first 3 Erangels of the day on the final day at PMGC 2020.
Len naga len kain pipam ga bol nge ti skate.
John on Blink, take it away.
Absolutely not. We're not going to wait one moment more. The plane is setting off.
Game ka chip this
at the 2024 PMGC. So let's get things kicked off for it. Southside plane path from Sosnovka military base up towards Stalba. Plenty of vehicle drops available. Shouldn't see too many hot drops, although we've seen stranger things happen so far.
You wouldn't want to see hot drops, but there might be. There might just be. Sosnovka, we're dropping in to start things off. 4MV getting out nice and early. Falcons also dropping fairly over towards Novorev Neuer here. You got Voin Donkeys heading out over towards Primorsk. Team Spirit over towards Farm. Interesting match, that last one. Obviously, Voin Donkey ID with one of the most unbelievable rotations that we've seen so far. I'm pretty sure the reason they didn't get that taken out is because everyone assumed that they were going to stop somewhere.
Johnny giàu lệ. Ai à năm này hết phá điều hàng mấy cái rộng nào bẩn lẩu lại on to for MV cái này chả cái vậy á lại on to cái mà nhà for MV kiểu cho cái giá trồng thì kiểu cho cái phụ đồ cho cái tí tí hết là
difficult to
make that hacker gameplay
and make it all the way through. If they had 4 players, they may have been a little bit more confident in that hold, ready to go for a little bit more of a trade, but was not to be the case. Unfortunately, DRX saw to that. Circle for our first entry on Erangel today. Heads out towards the Gatka fields, keeps a little bit of George Pole in. And so far I haven't seen anyone shots, but I'm still waiting to see if that can change. To get on the road.
Yeah, most people are okay with this. And again, Hot Drop's not like
27, 23, 22, 22. Come on, you can do it.
A massive amount of roadblocks going in on that eastern edge of the circle. So you'll see teams rotate over towards shooting range, potentially into Alpha 7 don't really have too much chance. They do head over towards Lipovka here. Out towards the east. So slightly more difficult. Though after that last game, they were able to get a few more points on board, set themselves up towards 51. They're still not out of unlucky number 13 though, and they have remained there for quite a while.
Hello. DRX just getting the lay of the land. They're overseeing what would like to be their domain. We had 2 teams push over the 100-point barrier in that last match blank with Influence Rage, second place 101, schooling the rest of the lobby on the game. And RCB 105, they were pretty close to the mark, and we'll see plenty more teams make that jump in these matches, not least of which is possible for DRX to do so. They are in 5th place with 92 points. Slow to descend, actually into their looting time a little bit, but they are already because right now, from Nick Galaxy were basically underneath those drop spots from DRX.
Yeah, they're after them. They are absolutely after them. And they will find Younger, actually. That is so unfortunate, catching him out in the open. Great spot from whoever was on that team. But Nick Galaxy was able to see them up in the air and keeping their wits about them, because a lot of times people just don't look up in this game.
I mean, you expect people to be getting down towards those vehicles, target fast drops, but DRX try and go for a long glide. It doesn't pay out here. You do have these scenarios, and I think Ralph is still on the hunt. They know that they're going to be under-looted, so if you've got a couple of, a bit of armor on board, if you've got a nade, a weapon or two, you can go for these pursuits for maybe the next 30 seconds until that team will have acquired a similar level of loot, and you will have an advantage in those engagements. I think at this point, Nick Galaxy need to figure out where they're going to go into the circle, stop that pursuit. They have sort of burned down that clock, but they've got a point out of it, and they've taken a player away from a team that is central on the circle. That is going to give them a lot more freedom.
Yeah, DRX sends away from Gatka. There's no point going there anymore. Like you say, they have info. So I think likely where DRX would have played is on a split over towards the compounds on the north and Gatka, and then try to maintain control over towards that position. Now that Nick Galaxy knows they're there and a 3, that's a natural rotation path for Nick Galaxy into the future. So for DRX, they have to send north here. Unfortunate, they won't have as strong of a position, but stage 2 could still cut them in. As 3 players, it is not over yet. But at 92 points and so close to so many teams towards that top side, losing those players now is difficult. In comes Team Spirit though, over towards Nick Galaxy.
I mean, it is just Ralph in here though, and a nade from Nomi immediately dispatches this compound from their control. Nick Galaxy don't have that outpost anymore. They started off the game well. They didn't regroup in time.
Football khu ai team ho to ai team le ai team le ai team hong ki chip le.
We're not prepared for it.
No, again, I think you have to immediately regroup after that initial knock.
I chip dan a team le team ai lo le a team lo khat to team hong ki chip ma le team lo te yong chun chip dan an het di hin tin.
Falcons inside of their hovercraft.
Game ma cho
one player from Thunder Talk.
Game sense này lo na ti cho game sense này lo khat cho game sense này la cái chip dòng là y ta bang y ra dòng là này chôm hi ve ta je cho panic dan đi ta bao cho ama last man hung hi de le panic khowa de ta bao cho alung gel gì dòng in thei ti ve ta je cho unexpected ho cho ana sangen hung hi di hin tin a cha cho anang game sense này lo anan ne di ti na chui thei lo cho
Falcons make this crossing first.
A device ki bang so ke ha ki bang so ke cha. Phoenix
little bit more
An so riêng piano ko cha kho ka sa bon va.
Even so, their time is fading. Their opportunity window is closing. For the teams at the bottom of the table, the sands are running dry.
Yeah, there is a parallel to be had between the Falcons and Alpha 7, just 1 point away from one another. And it used to be that 1 point differential would be the difference between 3rd and 2nd place. Now it is between 12th and 13th, which is an irony that is not lost on us here. But I think for Falcons and Alpha 7, there needs to be a reset going into the next year. I think both these teams, their difficulty comes in the fact that at the moment, is the inconsistency, because they can be one of the best teams, if not the best team, inside of this lobby.
iPhone akap zilo ham. A sponsor na. Infinix Day nan sponsor rival Infinix Day na. Infinix pa na chakap sa usbeta. It just sponsor hong din tin na. Wa BMPS sa jong subeta mo BGMI ya chaka say kilo BMPS sila kilo. Ham mayong cho BGMS baha BMPS baha heta lo. Ayong to Android Samsung akap sa utula sponsor
ano ba championship caliber team Blank. So we'll see if anyone is up to it, if they've got the chops. Top of Everest now occupied
sponsor loading le na wana ko na one stage sponsor wale cha ka sa yon sponsor lo am ho fana kap liu tiong
through Everest, or probably more likely around the south edge of it. Alpha 7, they're going to be
amo fan to anet no to ano dai
potential for them, I think, to push up towards the top.
Amuna chukate amuna hian na net ho dong min fix cha na ball pi diu hin tin khat team khat na amuna ka na ki jan na khat hi team khat hi ahung buya hele net na anet u khat abon wa cha hung chi lo wa ahung hoi lo chi ma hele
pretty much at this point in time. I think most teams have moved
game the start a ball game diu cha
for TJB. They were lacking on spots, but
I just nunga security khat khat so ke ji ya na
extremely pleased with this now.
No ko team te quality ti wa la su sam lo wa abang bang le break hin la ji ta
as they already move over towards our eastern side.
ko til bui na tiang ho ya ham khat tiang la khon ala sponsor na sponsor ball ji cha
going to get cut off by the Vicious, by RCB, all moving up north.
Khut ti lo le hai lam hon jang kap no min te ti ham a fun min fun to ma e to
rotating around, and the two players at the top of Everest for Alpha 7.
Fun ikchip na fun to na ikchip lo na fun khat na to itabangin control han lang sensi ki sim long le chon ki sim thai cho copy PSP yong le ki ball thai chai wanga if fun to heavy low pa cho ki feel heta cho hung ki chip na jing hi ja cho ara fun dang ai ga ki chip la chen a sensi ho yong chu ho professional player heta win tin hoi ta ki chip do de wai wanga
ba rotational path for them. It will quick to get into position, and they find
khat cho ne na ka sai dan pa cho
two Brazilian teams going toe to toe versus one another.
Feel cho fun cho
of the game on our first angle. Triple S will find one player over towards Team Spirit. To move up Everest, and finding massive there as well. 2 down for Team Spirit.
Sensio control có cái ship nó điên vào trong nè hạ chẳng lẽ như hạ sẽ lẽ training à lút vào cái ship điên liều cho ai chụp bạn cả
he is isolated and he is almost fully cooked here. TJB looked to burn them away. Team Spirit, they tried to slide through on the north side of Everest, and I'm not entirely sure what they were looking to achieve. I think they were hoping to find a third party onto the engagement at the top of Everest, but it's just not worked out.
Cho lo spray ki ne khale chal pang in thal chang ki phut la la yang le ta.
That distance as well is fairly incredible. I won't lie, it was a very nice shot coming through from TJB, and they are controlling the top of Everest, which is what you absolutely need to do. Few teams do it properly. TJB at the moment keeping the aggression on. I think that's the difficulty with Everest a lot.
For MVP to dia hai neo khat hong ki save guy o last long fight ha la wo last long fight le bo la wo na
and already finding success. RCB though waiting in the wings in the shadows. TJB might have
mo ding ai chan sum ho hong ho la ya I pan pi khat ga hi ja chuna am ho ding ai aga sun na tiu top cha ham khat pha điều ya ti
but they've left 2 players down, so they're not fully committing. They are just playing this 2-2 split right now on the east side of Everest. It's not fully guaranteed, remember, to
win on the south
side of the river, so having those
feel dầu gì lầu cho cái feel thấy gì lầu cho cái tí hả cái khát kiếm gì kiếm địa đủ gì mà
sent on in. In the meantime, over on the west side, Thunder Talk are caught by Na'Vi. On the southwest edge, just those fields to the south of Hospital. The shift goes northeast side, and it is right into RCB's wheelhouse. They need to be a strong roadblock now for teams trying to move around that south.
For RCB, territory they control, they can craft one hell
of
a story
from
this side of the map.
It's
going to be good for them, and I think that even there's potential of moving over towards that eastern side a little bit more, but holding these ruins and that compound down towards that southeast side is good. Need to take care of the Galaxy though. One player down, this is a 4v3, those split.
Galaxy making the dash up towards the Wizard Tower that sits to the south of that bridge. A decent chunk of control for them there, or rather, probably more likely, a little bit of safety.
Top 6 chẳng hết chance hỏi cho. Chicken nhẹ leo leng tâu giờ lưu cho. Top 6 đây yang hin DIX đây yang con ăn chicken nhẹ và thì là nếu khách kinh lòng hụm gì hình tiến leng tâu giờ lưu cho. Point nữa thì hai cái thị thầy lâu cho.
They may just opt to stop in ruins and hold that southeast side, but it's likely they're going to try and open up a future path, and that's what Fabian is looking to do right now, Blank. He's scouting up north.
Yeah, holding the trenches here for D+, not a bad idea for them. They don't really want to fully commit over towards ruins just yet, but Fabian will happily take up castle.
Đó là cái gì nó sai để xây kiểu sạc can hệ. Xây kiểu anh vì văn ấy cái chuyện điên hầm. Mi got lại chỉ có anh 1v1 nữa sao? Got lại tên 1v1 mi ball pin mà sao got lại tên.
Playing on his own over towards Everest is a dangerous spot to play, but a necessary position for that forward information for the rest of the team.
Ngày đàn ông gì đàn ông hết rồi.
Claymore here.
Khát neo khát không khát thì là.
Prevents teams from moving forward onto RCB.
1v1.
The amount of teams over on this western side, you really are looking at the moment over towards Nigma Galaxy, D+, RCB, and TJB with strong chances into the end game.
Oh, 4MV.
4MV tiền cái trai
TJB and Alpha 7.
The
top of Everest still under control. The Falcons are getting rolled down by Na'Vi in the meantime on the south edge. Before MV just trying to hide behind their McLaren. Get between the tires and see if you can stay safe.
Not much else that 4MV can do here. Again, the spots are limited right now. 4MV tries to take one of the few positions open to them. It is further off to the east. And again, a lot of teams will be going down shortly on this western side. Voing Donkey, the first to fall prey to that as they move over towards DRX.
We've seen what they can do with 3 before, though.
DRX get the try.
SOAS from DRX.
Eliminate.
Will fall down.
4MV tên này bắn ta ho đèn.
Shunts in towards the north side of Everest, away from the crates. That west side is going to get messy.
I mean, for the Vicious, they just get handed one. It's a really nice position. Same can be said for Nigma Galaxy. Practically the majority of the south side of the map is just cut out by Everest. Likely a lot of teams will be under the bridge here. Squads over towards our southwest side will be paying that toll.
It's a really difficult choice to make because of where the previous circle sat. It did encircle the foothills of Everest, which means that you can't go for a wide wrap around the south edge of Everest without dipping into the blue. And at stage 4, that's dangerous when you know you're going to be crashing straight into another team. Coming out of that blue zone, you will already be damaged. So
Na'Vi tên, TJB tên chạy ngại ở chỉ là
sticky on that western edge. TJB, they've been holding the top of Everest for a while now, but Na'Vi are looking to change that here. Flip.
Đó 1v1 Ati bầu bên tên. Anh ta tập bài gì nhỉ?
Back towards the rest of his team. They know they don't need to hold this part of the mountain with the circle moving on through. And Na'Vi.
Ông thì cặp lúc gì mà về anh đã sai.
Connect the spray.
RCB.
Cái Na'Vi tiền đi ngay nếu khách aggressive thì nó lại cho gì tấm mọi top nuôi lần hi viên tiền aggressive phù dòng lệ mà chi dòng liều khổ lâu.
Yet to move just yet. 676 opens up the bidding over towards Na'Vi, but Tongjiu Bao similarly take a knock in the back line over towards Triple S.
Another nade and another two will pour out over the top. Longs is trying to face, but 676 on the low ground, swings wide, gets 6. 2 players now from Na'Vi knocked. Puncher and Flip left in the fight. The regroups come through. Vexy from Voindonkey ID may try to third party this from the low ground as well, but the nade from the backlines for Na'Vi to try and keep them safe. They're not quite connecting for TJB in the meantime, and Lemon's feeding that info back over. 676 again dips the nade, Puncher
last man,
and it's just Flip remaining. TJB have got the res. They're 4 against 1. And over the top they go. 676 with the S12K. Into the DBS he goes. And the challenge is good. TJB keep hold of the top of Everest.
6 going down first, and it truly is a case of the 7-8-6 there on the top of the mountain. TJB extremely themselves, 676.
Day 1 niya first match second dinner hin lava hin ball hoy winter kitia.
Their passive approaches, they actually spotted Incilio moving past, so to go for that third party likely would have boxed them in, but for TJB to hold like that, wonderful news for them, and Na'Vi have to walk away feeling somewhat disheartened by that push. TJB very successful on the hold there. But yeah, for the Vicious, this is such a good game.
Hello, welcome.
Points, or at least just sit around.
Never see it alive, guys. BMPS, no man, third party, Tamara.
Just down towards the south here, 4 and V hanging on by a thread. Down towards the of Everest, difficult location to play. Will actually be another player dropping.
Team kanin kataga mo adal loot dito ha athau cho tu te dia dinga solo hega vele chun kati dan pa cho apoi no hiki bang theiwal na apoi no he ha ki hi theilo cho top 1 na pena top 6 chan ho ho top 8 chan ho ho tiu te top 8 chan ho he
but they have a move to make now. Off of the top of Everest.
Top 9 na top 10 na top 9 na top 16 chan ho he. Neo khat aggressive thein lai o cho.
This may be the spot to do it. The nades over towards Incilio.
Nga 1 na pet na 8 chan ho be khon neo khat last lang zone ho be khet gut ngai om na. Point no hoi na dinga he.
D+ Kia have been working this east edge for a long time.
Khat aki chai leo aki nok leo.
Scout towards the north.
Ha fa diu tan na.
To play over towards Everest.
So game shoot zal diu hin tin na.
Frustrating to play against, to say the least.
Yeah, get low ahead.
It's some good grenades, but Incilio just immediately hops inside the hopper.
Jonathan in live stream a ball almost 1 lakh in a Z hi wanga PMGC hit FK hobbit.
Luckily, D+
a global hit na laya. Global la he mi khat low picture.
Providing them a huge amount of cover, and
RCB
struggling to make their way through. Shot there from D+. Now TJB looks
na stream ji ho tournament din ho yong ko BGIS BMPS BGMS ti ho yong ko view pa lang pe ko pa jeng kolte wang na support na so view ho lang ah.
The veteran, the champ, in years gone by, looking to keep hold of that top spot in the meantime. TJB will be the ones to try and take their opportunity away from this match. Solidify. Flower, nade over the top. Rock Silas as well. Now with another in hand.
Bolchati RCB to point can hatawang TJB.
The damage is there as well. 676 up on that high ground.
Veil TV kason.
Purely blank. As Flower launches more and more ordnance. Loxley has an answer. Sarah moves up.
Granite hung liang ho wang ho. No.
From Loxley immediately backs it off. The team tells Silas they're not done with him yet. Opening up beautifully on the front line, keeping Silas alive in a dire moment.
Top 1.
Sarah, a sliver of HP, but he wants more. 676 get the heal off, and he
falls
back.
Top 1 hi wa. Adan danum phat diu cha nuk nal ta ve. Bolchati.
This one going against
Kichai. Finish.
Himself together here. 2v2. The shotgun in hand. The
switch. This match hi ho khung bang ding de tan nai support
disruption, and TJB keep things going.
14 kills ne ka la TJB te. An si yong po.
Like Sherpas dragging their players back down the hill, but it's already been such a phenomenal performance from them.
Nice. Ball hoyo hela. 14
Let the PL
top 10 ao ya neo khat hung kal kit deu tai. Pa ke 14 eliminate nei to hela ziom po. Na sai.
Moving on in, 6 elims, trying to move down the hillside though, but he gets spotted. This may be where they run dry, but they've already got those elims under the belt. Blank, it is a good result for them. Nonetheless, they'll be up in towards that 80-point bracket, or close to it, not even so. 676, the next to fall. Look at her take those shots now, just Longs remains.
Cặp đây mình cặp được rồi. Dạ vâng, game lung lút mồm mồm lung lút mồm mồm rồi game lần. Game lần. BGMI PUBG sẽ tỷ đà phát đầu tiên game đằng đằng lòng na. Game and sport lần hi. India he mi lung lút chỗ. Thì nên này lâu bao vàng cho thu chôm hiền na.
Reverse that 16 on the eve of this match, the 1-6.
Nhưng mà này thì chỗ nhà tháp sẽ buồn tăng gì lâu về buồn ra tăng gì trong chỗ idea khát hậu chúng sẽ point vì thì ai cái trái độ hay em đó cho last man sẽ tài à thì anh cái trái độ hàm khé
Longs time might be running out though. As he has to make a run out into open ground, and Cilio will be watching.
Game part tam vào BGMI. Mi attaché tam he gam dang sang.
For the vicious, they're already.
Mi attaché tam game à? Mi attaché. Game chỉ là hai game lang nati ha. Pago. Attaché jet và game lang he ha focus he nati dan ha. Sai dan. Trong số gel dan khát. Trong số thì thấy hay nè, ở đây cho India họ hi chỉ xảy ra tổ lòa trong vì ham thiên nhiều bộ là YouTube mà chỉ vợ trong tâm ta na tổ khal khal na ham gặp tổ khal khal ngay ta lâu na tua ai team na bộ ho bằng hi Israel họ bằng hi nãy tổ lòa rằng là sum kiliu kit cho chi boy hết cho game san lang YouTube han lang ipi hi là sẽ lang ai ki vạ na thấy hi là thấy kit lâu na na tổ tê tê ngay cái tổ lâu là sum kiliu kit cho hi boy hết cho India chơi là cái tổ lâu là cho cái này lâu là cái ngol riêng thì đan điều na hỏi lại muốn lấy này rồi là cái nguồn na chưa tội hay là mình là như cái vạn nó đăng đăng nó tổ hâm lầu à cái vạn nó đăng đăng mình điểm set này thôi à sẽ là ai sẽ là vàng hết khi đăng à cái vạn đi thì vàng cho hâm sắp thôi
start moving forward. Good air burst from Gil, but
na tong ngap lo ni na pek na ball pe ball ni he sai kha
it will be another knockover towards Guild, and D Plus is holding their own.
Bong nia ta bang mang ngen I so speed ho zong min phao ding
force them up and into the rock.
That will allow the rest of the Galaxy to launch nades over the side, knowing there's higher density of targets ball
in this area.
Ball millionaires, billionaires cái số ta không
as well. They are forcing them all to play together to go McLaren falls to the shotgun. Westron with a magnificent stand.
What was that? Westron does just send them spinning. They have no idea where that compass is pointing at this point because they have just been spun out in the McLaren. Incredible moves. The Vicious off a free game. They go home empty-handed. They forget to pick up on the deal.
How on earth do you find that? Westron
is in the tower.
He's into the circle and he's in the tower. Wants revenge, but denies that opportunity.
Ta hay vi si pa hay zone hin lai ma ding ai dong chance choi thong na lai.
Chance to push up, but Incilio as well are behind them.
1-1 3-3.
Open up that conversation too.
6-7-8. 3-3-1-1. Vậy được.
Completely blown out the water by Westron.
Leave the Galaxy. Push round, like you said, it's a fantastic push from them.
NGX they chance hỏi thôi.
They weren't expecting it. It's a great push out, unlike the
1v1 ball kit đấm là. Ta NGX they đi ngay chance.
Magnificent backline nade, spots the player in the smoke.
NG extend chicken dinner in the mate.
10 elims now, Blank. They've got 3 players alive against 2 solos. This should be a chicken dinner and a chance for them to give RCB a run for their money from the EMEA region. It looks like we've got 2 horses in the race.
Now, Enigma Galaxy have to finish off 2 teams. Call it that, but it's 2 solos. The Vicious, after a very, very brutal push over towards Incilio, suddenly feeling very silly themselves. Just 1 player remaining. Now, Enigma Galaxy look to stamp their mark on this game.
From the riverside. Next circle hasn't popped yet. If it pushes south, there is a chance that things could go pear-shaped for them. There is an opportunity for a 1v3. We know Westron can do it.
Bom tấm mồ mồ ngạt chế pang grenade ngà chế bộ nà lại smoke ngà tọ. Mà dễ chứ. Global là thal chân hà chế bộ ngài lâu cho 200, 180, 200, 180, 200 hỏi chế bộ là hun gì thâu ta cho. And shotgun này cái cho idea để là backspace dia họ tamatam grenade la hala na the smoke long hala na the.
I do not think he can stay. We're heading into stage 9. This will just close in, but into open ground for Enigma Galaxy.
Vậy cho mi ông nó thả lâu đi, nó thả lâu đi lâu tiền mi ông nó thả thâu thâu tiền 180 họ cái chơi ông là chân mi thả tiền nó lại cái lúc về kết 180 là bạn nó thả kết ai luôn lòng cắt trái mình lòng mê thế.
Here in our second match of the day, a team vying for a first place.
And the circle starts to close into stage 8. 5 players remain. Rocks in the open field, the only cover beyond the roadside ridgeline. Redox moving out wide, trying to play every angle available to him before the blue zone consumes it. Knows his pace. Westron can't step out, and I think that they know that. They have so much spread wide and establish baseline fire. Finally pushed off the rock.
Yeah, good setup. Aware of a lot of angles, but what they are doing at the moment is opening themselves up to 1v1s. Trades. But it does become a little dangerous from 2 teams in 2 pretty dastardly positions. Not be forced out from this spot just yet.
Neither will Westron. I mean, he's moved on to the inside, right? And he's going to have to hop out the window. That's dangerous. Diminor drops down into the sightlines of SnowX, and that's an easy pickup. No 1v1 to be spotted. They know Westron's in the tower. Redox can move across the road. Hop out if you dare, but I don't think he's even going to get that far. And it is 12 elims for Enigma Galaxy. Celebration deserved. A nice wraparound to the river.
I mean, you can hear the audience. Enigma Galaxy able to propel themselves forward in the leaderboards and get them 1 step closer, taking home that trophy. And you sure as hell know every single player on that team, they're going to be crying tears of happiness if that can happen. But we still have 4 matches left to go before we can get there here. But gentlemen, let's break down Enigma Galaxy in this last match. And I mean, Max and 7, you 2 were talking about this. The perfect play punishing D+.
I'll start early on with Enigma Galaxy, especially because this team was able to rotate from the south of Everest. They made an insane rotation, some actual courage it took, because some teams actually had an advantage. They could have taken RCB, especially they could have been moving up to forest. They decided not to. With Enigma Galaxy, they pushed up to the Wizard Tower, and they waited for something that you were able to mention to me, Max.
Yeah, because D plus Kia were actually doing a really good play this game, which is sending Fabian over to the Cube compound north of the river to get Angwon Guild, and they fully sent it over there. That was a game-winning rotation that was coming from D plus Kia. I'm all over the place. But Enigma Galaxy see that rotation coming on through, and like, we're just gonna backstab D plus Kia.
Yep.
And off the back of that, create the perfect entry point to not only eliminate D plus Kia, one of our main competition for this win, but also then Guild and take their entire position. Nigma Galaxy saw good play happening, like, that's my play now, and it cost the game away from all of those other teams.
And another team we've been talking about, especially when it comes down to Aaron Gill, especially when it comes down to Hovercrabs, none other than Incilio. Westron, I mean, Westron, man. The performance that he was able to put up against the Vicious, being able to absolutely smash 3 of their players, and on top of that, securing themselves a top 3 situation by being able to go towards the Wizard Tower where Nigma Galaxy was at earlier. You can see the stats right there. This is what you want to see. By the way, Raouf, even though he did get eliminated earlier on, still won Ilum.
Yeah, and calling the shots, right? Yep. Still calling the shots of the team even when he does get eliminated, and you know that that was definitely a good play on D plus Kia and also Guild Esport. Especially they had a bunch of smoke, so even if it did go south, I still think it was going to be a Nigma Galaxy win no matter what happened. But yeah, we have to go a little bit further back before that, right? Because Vicious also, I would say 7, were a contender for that win until, I don't know why, they send it on to Westron, and Westron's like, oh, 3 eliminations, thank you very much. And
more of that, please.
Way more of that, and he got more of that too.
That's the thing with the Vicious, right? Sometimes they are too overly aggressive, sometimes they aren't really fully thinking. It seems like they aren't really fully thinking throughout in regards to that gameplay. If they would have stayed where they were at, they would have still had all their 4 players, and they would have been sitting pretty, at least for sure, a top 2, possibly a win with the angles that they would have been able to gather, but I think they were just trying to do a little bit too much.
I mean, you saw the rooftop of Dinanov, right? If you have 4 players peeking from that rooftop, how the hell do you survive as Nigma Galaxy, right? And Guild, you can easily get third party too if you have cars to make that transition. So they just saw red in that one solo player of Restaurant and just sent it in. And as we have some of the replays happening, Everest was just a key part of this game here, 7. You had Na'Vi, you had TJB, you had Incilio, you had Regnum Cario Brat, even Alpha 7. So much was happening there.
The way TJB was able to control Everest, we saw whenever Na'Vi decided to go push up on them.
One player basically stopped them.
676.
Oh, Lion here for MB
we're thinking about, especially when the fight between TJB and none other than Na'Vi was happening right here. We're wondering, we were hoping the RCB would end up crashing onto them, but
you two had really opposing views on how that actually play out,
right?
Maybe we should see. Sorry, 7. Sorry, it was Max saying RCB should push into TJB
and Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi and third party that fight to take control of Everest completely. But 7, you were talking about there were a lot of other teams like Incilio, I think it was D+ as well, who could have push and turned it into a rave up there.
And this was even before leapfrogging RCB. I think that RCB with the 2-2 split that they had, they were a little bit worried. They didn't want to end up getting caught off guard. I am with you that I feel like they should have maybe regrouped faster. That's one thing that they definitely should have done. We agree on that. But I don't think they would have been able to just fully go for that third party just because of some of the other teams that were there. They were really scared that they were going to end up getting third party.
Yeah, we do agree then on the regrouping then from that 2-2 split. I think if they did regroup on the mountain, they could have kept some players on the ridge, closing up a little bit closer to then TJB and Na'Vi, keeping players on the back foot to make sure they don't get backstab. If they do that, I think that could have been a way better finish for Regnum Cario Brat.
22 points for Nigma Galaxy. TJB, 16 eliminations, getting themselves 18 points. This is a team who could move up the leaderboard. Get themselves into first place.
San ho ball pa cho ji cho mi thumung gom ya mi thumung gom ma 1v3 ya ball cho nasati ke to ate chen khana ho ya chong cho hoya gari a hung liang pa ke tha nal na bagi ya ai wa san ho pa cho san ho pa cho thum bom gom ya alpha ke cho try that
they finally stopped doing that weird 2-2 split that we have seen for the longest time. I mean, also towards the end that we saw Incilio and we saw Na'Vi playing out. See what Falcons was going to be doing, but that doesn't matter because we have a new team in first place and it's truly not other than Nigma Galaxy with those 113 points. It is so close, man.
Gentlemen, if I talked to you before PMGC started, I was like, who's the better team from the split that happened between Nigma Galaxy and Twisted Minds?
Come on, come back. 4MV, come back.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But to see
in hindsight, we can't go back.
On a realistic notice here for Enigma Galaxy, I mentioned it. The full season for me is definitely one of the better seasons we've ever witnessed from Enigma Galaxy roster. For like the past 2 years and a half, it feels like. This team, the iGelling, is similar, but this team is just enabled so well with Ralph leading the charge forward with his iGelling teams, and now Valorant Snowick just set up these plays so beautifully. Even
what's so crazy is those they've never really been on a top team that has dominated a region or dominated really any events. But for some reason, this culmination of players with is allowing them to take home this PMGC trophy.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the fragging power of this roster that play on D+, it does not work out. But here they are doing so many plays possible in the first place.
We saw the stats. We saw every single player being able to have
that
ended up getting eliminated.
Alpha yang top 12 lang hung gay tao, top 15 lang here. Ngồi neo kan hung chal team ta. Top itan hung gay du format ta hai.
Now it comes down to that fragging power. It cannot be just one player, cannot be two. You need everybody in your squad to be able to frag out.
I mean, I think it's a culmination of not obviously being able to just frag out, but if Rauf doesn't make that call to play that ridge side plus, they never would have had this win.
The timing was on point. It's not just the call was good. The timing at which they do it is when D+K was technically at their weakest, when they're fully committed in their fight between themselves and Guild, and that's when you strike, and that is such a good play. And they even have Peko, that he was doing magic tricks to us yesterday, 7, and he's also doing magic tricks in the leaderboards, going up to first place.
Amazing magic tricks, by the way. Shout out to Peko. On the second page here, we have already gone by 2 matches. This is the mark that I was thinking, okay, you know what? This is when I start cutting down some of the teams. Guild, obviously, not going to be able to make it. TT as well, not going to be able to make it. Falcons, Alpha 7, it's just too far, Max.
Yeah, even I know I was saying the 98 point there is possible. Like, no, okay, at this stage, I am starting to say it's not quite possible anymore.
I still think the greatest thing to me is to see a lot of these top dogs, like Alpha 7, like your Falcons, like 4B, not be able to take this trophy right now. We're gonna have a newcomer for sure win this 100%.
It clearly is just the new era of PUBG Mobile eSport, right? You had China in the past, then you had SCA, but like now it's not only just any region can win, any team can win, and it's just new players, new teams that are rising to the top and now competing for this trophy.
That's the main one, new teams. Like if you would have told me that within the top 5 we would have actually had Influence Rage and Alpha 7 would have been in the second page from the Americas region, I would have been like, no, you're crazy.
Actually gets me hyped up for PMSL America.
I can't wait.
What's going to happen over there in
2025?
How they're going to be reacting towards 2025. We'll get a chance to talk about that towards the end of the show. But right now, let's focus more on what's currently happening, because going into this next match in Cilio, they need to continue on having this great performances when it comes down to Erangel.
Yeah, we did see Icy try and get a hovercraft too, but unfortunately they were not as successful. It's such a good use also of the hovercraft because they were getting naded by Regnum Karabra next to the trees northeast of Everest, and they just see the nade coming in, we hide in the hovercraft, the nade stop, we get out and we start spraying D+K and Regnum Karabra. Really, they not only just pick it up because, oh, it's a strong item, it's a strong vehicle to have in your games, they perfected the use of it to just play hide and seek with grenades.
We've been seeing more teams using it too as well. We saw Falcons now. I don't think I've ever seen Falcons use it before.
The best part about this is I can do this. No, I'm kidding. But go ahead, 7.
No, but I was saying, we're starting to see a lot more teams now starting to adjust to what Incilio is currently doing, right? In regards to the hovercrafts. Now we're starting to see Team Falcons also being able to carry them along the way, driving, seeking them out, and that's something that we just really haven't seen before until we started pointing out, especially what Incilio, especially with you, Max. You were pointing out what Incilio is currently doing with those hovercrafts.
I mean, the hovercraft is just like you create a little mini compound for yourself, and if you can have 2, maybe 3 in these positions, that technically that dip is not great.
It was 2?
They made it great, thanks to the hovercrafts, right? So it's definitely something that I think teams that, if you drop in the middle of the map, right, is not going to be something you can use for yourself. But if you're a team that drops on a coast, maybe you should spend an extra minute, a minute and a half to actually scout out those items, because if you have a field finish, guess what? Like in Cilio, you can survive way longer than you normally would in that scenario.
And maybe we should kind of explain beyond the fact that it's basically a tank on air, why it's so important. And we talked to Duffy, and he's talking about the speed of it as well. It makes it so hard to deal with because you can't, I mean, you could spray it down.
Yeah.
The problem is if you waste your clip trying to spray it down, they can get out and shoot.
Next
so
match
it's
come.
very difficult for teams to deal with. But credit to Incilio to see this and make it work for them. And you guys at home, hopefully you're seeing this on your screens. We have the Arctic Conqueror guild set available with your man, the legend, the mountain himself, Halfward Bjornsson, who got to pick up 7 Rules Gaming. That was definitely a hard gym day for him. And throw him across the room. And make sure you guys check this out at the moment. And not to mention, check out the weightlifting challenge that's currently happening here in the Excel Arena. And hopefully you guys at home can rise to the challenge. Because you said 7. Mountain and I are about the same height, but he's like 3 of me. And it's all muscle.
You might be the same height, but no. It was a completely different thing. I felt even smaller, and then he picked me up, and I felt like what my kids feel when I pick them up.
I want to see what an Infinix GT20 Pro looked like in his hand, because that thing would have looked tiny. You said he has massive hands, but you know what? The processing power of the Infinix GT20 Pro is nothing he could crush in his hand or use his thumbs to bowl out the people's eyes as well. Max is trying.
It would have been like this. This is what it would have been like. One of his hands.
He plays with one hand PUBG Mobile.
His fist alone was like just the size of my head.
Well, you guys can check it out. It's 120 FPS and dual chipset and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. On top of that, not to mention, if we're talking about things that are looking small in his hand, man, these Akuba UT2 Gamer Pro hand warmers with a 5,000 milliamp battery and 4 different adjustable heating levels. These things, I think he would have needed like 6 of them. 6 per finger to keep his hands warm. Maybe use these right before lifting some heavy weights yet again.
I agree. I think that would have just disappeared.
We should have had him come on the desk and just be like right behind us, towering over us.
I'd be like, please pick me up again.
You have to change the camera shot.
Yeah,
like,
make me taller than
he wouldn't need a box if that was actually to happen. But
we have to build a hole. Like
I wouldn't need a bigger box.
Well, let's talk about what's coming up here, right? We did have a finish over towards Everest. We had a lot of military finishes so far. We haven't really had too many northern finishes on Erangel in the grand finals. That's true. And I'm thinking towards, Severny, and I'm thinking towards how our team's going to adjust, like, for instance, your 4MVs, your Falcons to be able to get there. Even your Incilios, though, I think they're probably just going to take some hovercrafts and
They're just going to love that if we have a Northern Circle, actually, it's going to be TJB. We saw how they were abusing those positions, especially north of Rozhok during the league stage. If we get Northern Circle, TJB, with how they've been playing today, right, that could be a really big step up for them to climb maybe in top 5 positions. So a Northern Circle would be great for them, but yeah, as you said, we haven't had that many. Yeah, it's rare.
Well, it's nice because we don't have finishes like we had during the league stage.
Vampire, like, no.
Every single day in was like group yellow, we had a Corey finish, it felt like.
Yeah, just every time we had Corey. Vampire loved it to bits, but unfortunately they can't enjoy it if it happens.
They loved it, but they couldn't do the job. Anyways, one team that's currently not being able to do the job, it's 4MV. Once again, they struggle being able to get towards the center of the circle, keeping all 4 players alive. I saw Doc being able to lead that rotation, and ultimately, he ended up being the last player alive, to my surprise. I'm hoping that this team, we're talking about where we want circles to go. First day, remember, we ended up having 2 military circles. If for some reason we end up getting a military circle here, I think one team that's definitely looking to take advantage of it is going to be 4MV, and they definitely need that.
Thing is, we talked about when they had their massive game on day 1, that they did this exact same thing in league stage and they did nothing after that. And we're seeing something kind of similar happen yet again. If you take away those 30-odd points, they would be nowhere on that front page.
I do agree, though. I do think that 4MP is still doing some good macro plays. We talked about the splits earlier in the pre-show, right? I think that their Sanok game was really solid, but unfortunately what happened is that other teams are also doing really solid plays. Voin, right, wrapping around them to try and stop their gatekeeping from happening in the first place. So it's not like they're playing bad, it's just the lobby is playing at such a high level that a good play, a lot of the time, is just not going to be enough to go the entire way for that win.
I feel like they're just being a little bit too overconfident at times with these 2-2 splits. They've been able to adjust with what Doc has been able to do in regards to playing a little bit closer to his team, but right now those 2-2 splits are just not working out the way they want them to work out.
Well, you know what? Luckily for them, they're going to have a little bit of time to think some things over, hopefully work on their splits as well. As we're going to head to a short break. Keep your anticipation high, because when we come back, we're diving right back in some more Pogi Mogi action.
Wait, what did this?
Advertise. Infinite. None. Next match, come on.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed your little break because you're going to have no more for the rest of the day as we're going to be getting underway, shotgunning match after match after match until we do have our champion of 2024 PMGC. Welcome back, Max and 7WG, the 7WG, saying so high and mighty on his box as we're going to start to break down what's coming up here. And Max, I know you want to talk about Alpha 7, especially in that last match.
Yeah, Alpha 7, I think, had two really good approaches in these first two games, right? They had a really good Sanok. I think, unfortunately, Raise Up happened once again. That was not too good. But here, actually, they understood the weakness of crates in George Pole, which crates is a great position to go early on if the circle ends up going crates, or even on the apartment side, on the southern side of George Pole. It's a really good spot. The moment you have to leave, that's really troublesome. And Alpha 7 understood that very early on. They had a split. I think they had Revo in crates, and they had some place to the east in the compound. They just sent the entire team over there the moment they saw the circle pop. And thanks to that, I think they would go involved versus Thundertalk Gaming and even another team in crates. So sure, they don't get the win, but I think Alpha 7 is still pulling some way better rotates than what we saw at the start of these finals.
And I think this is what we were talking about with Alpha 7 specifically for today. They just have nothing to lose. They know that to be able to reach first place, it would pretty much end up taking up a miracle for this team. So they're going to be going back to what we know them for, right? Smart rotations and also those eliminations, the aggressiveness. And look at Incilio, 44 eliminations, over 10,000 damage.
This is out of 7 matches.
How much of that is them coming out of a hovercraft?
Imagine if we could get a stat for Incilio specifically, how much time spent in the hovercraft in comparison to all the other teams. It wouldn't even be close, honestly.
Because they have multiple hovercrafts, it's like just multiplied so quickly also. But like, yeah, it's a good item.
I'm not going to knock them, right? Because if you want to be the best team in the world, you got to be able to, you got to be willing to adapt to new metas and to new changes. And they are the first team we've seen to adopt it.
You can't even knock them if you wanted to. Then the hovercraft.
That's true.
They're just gonna keep playing cat and mouse with you.
The first teams using the DBS when that came around, meta changing. That was, I think, D+, if I'm not mistaken, way back in the day. And now we're seeing Silo do the same. I wonder if we're going to see more and more teams adapt to this. But obviously, that's Erangel only.
The thing is that if they find themselves in a situation like we were able to find in that previous match, and those hovercrafts do end up getting destroyed, you've mentioned it before, Max, it becomes pretty much a compound.
Just a fort. Built on the go, and it's very strong.
Very strong indeed. And speaking of strong, we're going to head back to our commentators. We're going to be dropping in to our second Erangel of the day with John Allen and Blake.
Feeling strong like Hapthor. We are heading in to Erangel, a south plane path for us for our second lap around the grassy pastures from Novo over to the west coast. South leaning, maybe some vehicle kerfuffles in the next few minutes. Blank, we've seen that happen on plane paths like this.
It's a seriously difficult plane path. It's one we actually saw yesterday. I think it's pretty much the exact same plane path we saw then. It was not easy to work around, and teams will have to figure out their rotations going forward. Interesting to see where this next circle actually heads off to. North side causing teams some panic here inside the lobby. For the time being, Falcon's out nice and early. Incilio up towards Milta, who are absolutely unbelievably protected by those hovercraft half the time. Having two in the back pocket going into many of these locations where, as Max said, it's almost impossible to play some of these spots, but it's made so because they can always just hop inside there, pretty much moving compound.
It's so useful, and as they were saying over on the desk, it's the first team to really adapt to that as part of their core fundamental gameplay. Fantastic stuff coming through to see that one work out for them. I'm looking at the rest of the map. I'm seeing potentially D+ Kier could be vulnerable to a team spirit, but D+ Kier going a little bit further. Are we going to see that low and lazy parachute from DRX that got capitalized on by Nick Galaxy last match? Potentially some danger with them and the Vicious, but again, teams are being very cautious around these vehicles, and it feels like you can see these nerves mounting as we get in towards the final matches here for the grand finals.
Almost halfway done at this point, John. DRX do get out the plane path without too much trouble, but down towards 6th place now. Our leaders, our two EMEA teams, Enigma Galaxy and RCB. Influence Rage, not far behind, honestly, only 2 points.
Every single team has been trying to figure out how to approach this final day. They've all been trying to put their best foot forwards. And at the moment, Enigma Galaxy, they are at the top of the pack. We caught up with them to find out just how they're coping with the pressure.
Welcome to Championship Sunday. Now, we are already in the mix here in the XL Arena, so we thought that we would just hop on here to give you a quick recap and get you up to speed if you're only just joining us. After day one, 4MV led the charge with a truly impressive 23 elimination chicken dinner. It really was something, wasn't it, Sandstorm?
It was quite a performance from them on day one, but day number 2 saw Regnum Carrier fly to the top of the table with 2 chicken dinners, and managing to get a bit of a distance between them and second place. But Influence Rage, they were the talk of the town. They managed to get a chicken dinner, 2 top 2s. And now, beginning of day 3, again, starting with a chicken dinner. They're coming for the #1 spot, Barney.
Yes, they are. I mean, going from 14th place at the beginning of day 2 and all the way up to 2nd place right now. So keep your eyes peeled, and we'll see you later on Championship Sunday.
Thank you very much, Barney and Sandstorm. The lay of the land there set out for you. Make sure that you are up to date. You can see those scores on the tables on the right-hand side of your screen. In the midst of all of that, Team Spirit lost 2 players, Blank.
Yeah, they were hurt. They were hurting once again. And I think Team Spirit, the spirit is broken at this point in time. On 78 points in 10th place. It would realistically take 1 game to get up towards that top side, but I don't really think Nick Galaxy or RCB are going to be doing all that much. D+ are able to find 2 of those eliminations over towards Team Spirit. You're talking about this earlier. Potentially D+ being in trouble. No, it's completely the way around.
Absolutely. That is far from ideal, let's put it that way, for Team Spirit, and taking a lot of damage, not getting that loot fast. Circle, fairly chill right now. It's a nice central circle, so no massive moves. And after the plane path they had, the teams will be happy about this. Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are slap bang in the middle of this circle. They could potentially move back up to that church position, try and play some of the positions out to the hills to the west side of Pachinki. They've got the pick of the litter when it comes to these central locations.
For Enigma Galaxy, it has just been
IFery Gaming, welcome.
Inside of this lobby, even over in PMGC, like Max was saying, we were all enjoying the hit TV series of the fall season of Enigma Galaxy and their improvement. It has been very good. There's been some plot twists here and there, and now Enigma Galaxy suddenly at the zenith of their story at the moment, in first place, 113 points. It's a good run from them. They have been working very hard this year to make sure that their team is ready, because when we first saw them, it seemed disjointed. Slowly over time, they've worked on that. All these players now play hand in hand wonderfully. The boys talk about Twisted Minds, and I think that, you know, you look at Twisted Minds from EMEA, and they are somewhat of a reflection of Enigma Galaxy. In the sense, you take some very strong players, you put them together, and you hope it goes well. But you invest resources into them, you invest time, you invest coaching. I think Twisted Minds should more time, because they already had that moment of success where it all started to click. Now they're up against 4MV.
And 4MV, a team looking to chase them on the tables. Apex tries to draw first blood, but in turn is rebuffed. SnowX with a Molotov, slowing things down, hops out the building on the low ground floor here. The res is coming through, but Apex is being chunked away in the meantime. They haven't managed to get him back up. Reefer steps out the back, and Novalo's being handled.
Nice! Come on, you can do it. 4MV.
There's another knock, and SnowX just wades straight on into the fight, sees it going pear-shaped, thinks, no, I think we want the top of the tables to ourselves.
Nice!
Clips him on the rear tire, swings through on the buggy, and SnowX on the top floor can't do anything about it. The hop in, and Doc's on the warpath. Around the edge, Ralph has the corner. Doc goes low, but the hop out doesn't find it. Redox down, but Enigma Galaxy keep it under control. Influence Rage, though, want to change that.
Influence Rage in the wings here. Look to soar on down towards Enigma Galaxy's position. Now Valo unable to get their boy back up again. Crazy play there, though, coming through from Doc. Speed at which he rocked up towards that location. Ralph barely had time to get out of the vehicle before his leg got twisted at the hand of Doc.
Hitting him with a stanky leg on that approach, but Enigma Galaxy take one of the top 5 out of the race for this match. Galaxy take one of the
highly doubtful apparently Influence Rage just let them get Narvalo back up again. So he sits up straight, and Nigma Galaxy technically now can just play on with 3 players with 4 eliminations perfectly possible from a central.
Revitalized and cohesive. It's a fantastic sight to see. They will top the tables for now, but we'll have to see if they can hold on. Thunder Talk now defending. Top of Potato Hill, east side. 4 players for Thunder Talk. They've already found a knock over towards Icy. And the Falcons continue on their fall from grace, but East trying to chime back in towards AJ. They will find that knock. Hui looks for the trade, and action is taken down. Potential third party coming in from Incilio across the way as well. This, for both of these two teams, is going to be made so much harder. We saw what Westron could do on his own in the last match blank, and we'll see if they can extract more value from this situation.
He's a crazy player on Incilio. He's had so much success. Donning the flag as a cloak here. The attempts to hit them with the dagger on that northern side. 3TN from Incilio with the hovercraft. What else, really, end of the day? I will say for Westron, that last game with the Vicious, technically Vicious made the right play. Absolutely. They should have 100% pushed him. But you get 3 shots in a row, dead on target, on moving targets. You just have to take the L on that one, realistically.
Sometimes it's just something special that you're able to bring out, and that's what Westron found. In the meantime, we're going to hop over towards Sunken. DRXO taking on the remaining duo from Team Spirit. A knock over towards Hyunbin slows them down. They are not fully grouped up right now. Oh, no, wait. No, that's RCB across the river with a 2-2 split from Roshok and the bridge compound. DRX playing as 3 in this location. Got an outpost, but trying to regroup, play a little bit closer together. So as moves back on in, and they slow their approach. They don't want to go for this fight against Team Spirit.
For RCB, it's a good chance for them to start the game here. I mean, Vicious do hold that north side of Rozhok, the hilltops, but RCB have way more space to play around with. It is a somewhat dangerous split, but again, it's what they're trying to do most of these games is keep their split just close enough so regroups are possible. But the amount of information they'll be able to pick up from the back of this is phenomenal. Na'Vi scouting the top side, but Incilio rocking through in the hovercraft. You cannot slow them down. They just roll on past, and what are you meant to do? All you can do is really watch. There's not much counterplay to it.
Bring your own hovercraft.
Yeah, but still not counterplay. Now you're just rotating together.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's such a difficult force to be reckoned with. Na'Vi are going to push them off, however, but I think that's more Incilio's choice than Na'Vi's, because this circle, okay, the next pop as well, goes over to the river, the central island there found. Na'Vi can't quite catch Incilio as their tail turns, but they'll have to mount up and get on the path behind them. However, pushing in towards the center of this circle, there's a lot of open ground blank.
Very reminiscent of the way Mirren Sejong played actually for RCB here, immediately regrouping on top of Sara. It's a good spot to play as well. A lot of sight lines and a lot of capability to hold teams out. They'll even have an outpost that sits down towards the bankside. This is good for RCB on this circle. And I imagine it will center up around there anyway. Nigma Galaxy heading down over towards Foyne Donkey, who have just managed to grab themselves a position on the sidelines of Sunken. DRX, I hope they brought their scuba dive gear, because they're going to have to sit around here for quite some time in the water.
Tell you what, Team Spirit with their 2-0 have had some decent shifts on this one and may be able to pull a couple of points out of this game, but I'm still not holding my breath. Voindonkey ID spotted on the cross in towards Sunken Zeta, clipped, but Vexy will get the res here. DRX want to isolate this, surround it. You can see Kaiksei now moving up into the high ground off angle. Nickbit Galaxy have made their entry with all 3 of their players now safely in that southwest side. Slap bang center in Sunken City.
Yeah, a lot of teams want to get involved, and this can hold a fair few squads at the end of the day. No one really wants to make too much noise here. Couple of shots going through, that's about it. Na'Vi attempting to move over towards Incilio already. There's a good start, a good chunk of damage. 6 is down, and Na'Vi stuck inside this building. Lovely nade. Bounces down the stairs. There is a response, but is it enough?
Another nade for Westron. He's on a rampage again. Potential to find Flip here, but a nade goes a little bit awry. Does tag him for the damage. The Molotov to push him off the door frame, so nice. But he goes down the stairs. Brilliant rotate from Westron to pick up that Molotov, play in the terrain. Low HP again, dips back, but Redlick can take up the mantle. D plus Kier moving around in the distance could make this a little bit messy, but another nade bobbles over to the backlines, and Lemon is going to get pushed away from this. Puncher flushed away, and the points start to rack up for Incilio.
Westron today has been playing like a man possessed. It has been insane what we've been watching from him. Nade after nade into a Molotov so perfectly placed, and now Lemon's getting squeezed.
Ooh, there's still a little bit more juice left in it, hopefully. Redlick underarms the nade on the lower balcony, the drop down, but just in time, secures the door frame. The hop over, and he steps in. It's all chaos. The step out from Lemon, and a 1-2 swivel. We thought Westron had it all, but no. Lemon turns their situation sour.
A bitter denial to Incilio. Lemon turns it up to 11. At his 11th hour. Insane plays. I mean, we know Lemon's a strong player. I just do not think Incilio were expecting that. And that's going to hurt their points this game, as they were onto a very strong position down towards the southeast side in terms of holding and getting a little bit too over-aggressive, potentially over-confidence getting in the way there for them. Still 5 eliminations on the game. It's not terrible, but it won't see you up into the triple digits just yet.
That is so unfortunate. They should have been 3 in this position, but just that little clumsy step in, step out. Lemon with the pump action, with a miraculous pull. I mean, to be fair, it swings and roundabouts from the last match where Westron did the same to the Vicious, right? And with Incilio going down, you're right, that point scoring potential severely denied there. They're up to 98 points blank, so they are still within striking distances. Lemon does finally get taken down, and that is Na'Vi out of this match. Influence Rage the ones to do so, but it's so close at the top that just being able to get that 1 extra point, move closer towards these next circles, could have been all it took for Incilio to be up towards the top 3.
Some good long-range shots so far from Lorizan we've been watching from Influence Rage. And they're currently holding down towards that south side. They have a lot of space that they've conquered already. D+ trying to go for something similar, holding a 2-2 split. Off over towards that eastern side. They got 2 players on the south of Rozhok, but RTB still in this strong position, and there's no contenders in their area. Same cannot be said for Sunken, though. That place is full to the brim.
There is plenty of players looking to try and make their way on in there. Alpha 7 managed to make the first strike towards the positions under the bridge. Guild looking to defend it, but with McGrellan out of action, Revo has to step into the breach and will do so with gusto. GG, not GG, flushed under the bridge there. Aza, the laser, trying to get across as well, but I think Alpha 7 have his number.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. I think Revo knows his location as well. For Alpha 7 playing out on the water towards that middle island. Good shots again, creating a splash in the water, and will find the knock. Now it's just about cleaning up. Alpha 7 will take 2 on the game and find themselves on a lonely island over towards this northwest side, but they can certainly play this one out here, John.
It's very isolated, you're right, in this situation. You could see the other side of the island was held by the other side of the 2-2 split from Guild, but RCB had angles on it. They took one of those players on that south edge away. These rocks are anything but secure. To be fair to Guild, they couldn't really play it as much as they would have liked because of Alpha 7's crossing, but even so, getting up to that ridge line keeps you safe for a moment, but not much longer.
Voindonkey, not a bad spot, but we'll see where this next circle goes, because if it heads over towards that west side, both Nigma Galaxy as well as Voindonkey ID will be
Alpha tia kapan pin hi
to push them, but
team min hiong hi kamok ngai
and it looks like heading over towards our Turkish squad to reclaim their top spot.
I chip dano he ahong chip hoi last zone lang ngen azil dio
well towards that shack on the roadside, trying to hunker down there. And to be fair, I think they've got legs on that
last zone lang hi
runway to play with.
Because of all the teams who have themselves up in Sunken, moving out of that
is got to be really tough with RCB and now with Team Spirit on the outside looking their way. Nigma Galaxy
solo player
moving away is going to be difficult. The good news for them now is that they don't have to just yet.
For the time being, heading into stage 6. The cool thing here for RCB is that practically that southwest side will stand itself.
Foreign VTM kapan pihya first fight ala walwa
response though, more damage pouring on
dok na ball hoi thau cho ta chalo ha chun
still has 4 players here on D+, 1 player down though, and more shots coming through, but TJB enters the mix.
They're trying to roll over from the sidelines here. The west edge, Nigma Galaxy are flexing out for it as well, but Influence Rage is suffering the most right now. D+ Kia have 2 knocks. They're grouped up. The blue zone pushes. They can't go back out to get these 2 players back up. D+ Kia almost certainly playing on with 2, and Flower wants to take these points for TJB. 5 elims found now. And the south edge rotate has gone well. Nigma Galaxy, they are really keen for this third party blank. Narvalo is still a little bit on the chase here, but not quite able to get past the finish line. Osal finds Triple S rolling up. Chips is there as well. A crossfire established, but it's not going to matter. Longs has this back, and Triple S can keep on rolling. Over towards Osal, D+ Kia fall.
Second Erangel in a row where TJB stands it up here. Looking mighty strong, nade through over towards Thunder Talk, and they do find themselves hit by a lightning strike sent by Falcons.
Swooping down, taking those points away. Only the 2 points on this match, and only the 2 players as well, though. And in 14th place, I think their time is up, even with a miracle run here. They are over 50 points behind on the standings, and teams are starting to get counted out at this stage. Teams like Na'Vi, like Thunder Talk, like Falcons and Guild, it's so tough to make that run from the bottom of the tables.
We're 3rd down to 6th out on this game, though there is a chance for those teams underneath. As you can see on the leaderboards, I mean, we've still got 7 through 12th in the game. So DRX, Tongjiabao, Voindonkey ID, potentially Team Spirit. This might be a good moment to regain some of that lost ground for the past day. Alpha 7 finding Vicious though, raises down. And again, I was going to talk about this earlier, but it's so difficult for Falcons, Vicious to move through that ground on that north side. So open to a lot of squads. RCB gets a miracle shift. They might be on the edge of this one, but it completely cuts out Sunken. And that is the big marker of this circle.
We a hefty price to pay to exit Sunken here. Nigma Galaxy on the south side, getting 5 elims now, actually. They got 4 on their earlier scrap. They posted up another, losing a player, but now they're on the south edge. With TJB just a little bit ahead of them, it looks like Narvalo is calling the team to regroup. Ralph agrees, and they all move in concert now to the east side, and actually potentially clashing with TJB on the east side as Alpha 7 try and cross. It's Wagner to shut them down very, very quickly. Alpha 7 get dispatched, and Voindonkey ID want a couple of those points, but TJB now have Nigma Galaxy bearing down upon them. and they will not be able to weather the storm. Enigma Galaxy can get Narvalo back up and play on from there. 7 elims found, and RCB see them stretching out into the distance ahead of them.
RCB, they've got a strong spot, but only 2 elims off the back of this. But Enigma Galaxy, they've been making it work. They exited early, they controlled that south side, and there is more space to play. It's likely that a lot of these teams over towards that western side are going to struggle making their way out from Sunken, but now they've been dropped down just 2. DRX, Void Donkey ID must face off against one another. Though, Enigma Galaxy taking a knock here, but there's a chance for DRX to send out. But even so, in the heat of the moment, Narvalo clapping back over towards them.
Finding QXZ with a headshot out to the west side. Falcons on the east, on the edges of Rozhok. The peripheral hills, a modicum of cover able to be supplied to them by it. And the spray down from KXA, but they're just not quite finding these full flushes. Void Donkey ID, they've appeared a lot. Only 3 times have they been able to rack up points for it. They have been not this team has been they are looking to keep that record going. Potato just about to try and fend off DRX. Enigma Galaxy making that break up north as well.
Last lang team là hụt khát na team khát là phải là khát lăng phải là khát lăng caster hồi ông trụ thật điều.
DRX on the push, Potato goes down, but the drop shots there. Vexy on the floor brings DRX with him, and now it's just one player on the back line. Soaz steps into the smoke, but the strafe not strong enough, and Void Donkey ID will be able to survive, but for how much longer? Because they're eating lead from Enigma Galaxy across the way. Razor and Vexy trying to survive as RCB starting to get a little bit antsy now.
RCB, no, they need more points in this game. Enigma Galaxy, it looked like RCB on this match might have been able to regain a position towards that top side, but not with Enigma Galaxy absolutely dominating during this match, stealing away eliminations at the same time. Vexy goes down to Narvalo, hitting their tally up to 10. Enigma Galaxy will not be stopped.
Up to 11. Enigma Galaxy with 3 players on the match after their first team fight. Making waves here. 2 games on the trot. They are muscling their way to the top of the tables. RCB, you're right. They've only got 2 eliminations from here. They haven't had to make this work. Team Spirit alive as well, by the way, still with their duo. And is it finally the end for Enigma Galaxy? A wide rotate, and this feels chaotic, Blank. Not too sure about the effectiveness of this maneuver on average, but Narvalo, the only one to survive it. And he's not even in the zone.
Gets out. Enigma Galaxy down to 1 now, but 11 points on the game, a top 5. This has been a brilliant result from them. Plays this match solo systematic. But this looks like it will be their final ride on the southeast side.
Still though, a 5th place with 11 elims. Blank, it's pretty bloody good, I think it's safe to say. They'll be very happy with that one. Still just eking out whatever he can, but it is going to be there, done and dusted for Enigma Galaxy. A massive tally for RCB to chase now as they look for the rollout. Silas is rebuffed. The Vicious trying to keep this one together, but in they go with the send out wide. RCB leaves Silas behind, but pick up the position on the north edge. The Falcons are falling to it, and Team Spirit is still here as well, by the way, in their building, in their little shack, with 2 players. It's not fully out of the question.
Actually, the fact that Team Spirit is still in this one is pretty phenomenal. Now they make the send out. They're looking to take on the Falcons. Shots from the side of the vehicle. It's looking like a drive-by.
Over the top, Nade cooking, healing on East as well, works out. Can RCB find anything? The first knock goes the way of a Team Spirit on the duo rollout. Top around the side, looking to try and get anything done. And 1 he's good for. Shotgun, 2 rounds left. Finds the first, looks for the second, and he's out of ammo. He's out of life. It's RCB to flex out, looking for that first place chicken dinner, but it's all up to Effect.
Effect has to double back. I said it was a drive-by, more like a drive-through over towards Falcons. And the unshakable spirit is here in process. Effect looks for another. The damage is good over towards Sarah, but the nade might just do the trick. And RCB will take themselves a chicken dinner. But with the points that Nick McGalaxy got this match, it might not be enough.
Enigma Galaxy might have pulled off the limbs, but at least Regnum Karyabra closing out the chicken dinner. We'll check out the overalls to see where it currently stands here between these two top teams. But for now, we have to break down their victory and break down how they pulled this one off. And Max and Seven Worlds Gaming, I mean, Regnum Karyabra were sitting in that lovely compound for the longest of times until it was their moment to strike.
Yeah, they just held on to their resources for pretty much the entire game here, Seven, and just, okay, now it seems like the action's starting to pick up a little bit, especially around Sunken City, or Atlantis, or Water City. There's a lot of names.
Watertown.
Compound. Watertown, that one works.
I like that one.
Look, you said Atlantis earlier. But there was so much action happening in that city, and RCB just, we're going to let that fight unfold naturally. And once all the teams are weakened, there's just going to be a few stragglers remaining. That's when we push, clear the southern western side, and then we have free reign to push Fishers, then Falcons, then Team Spirit, do whatever we truly want in this finishing moment.
Silas being able to get those 4 eliminations, something that we do need to highlight as you were able to talk about RCB. I mean, you mentioned it too, Jason, they really didn't have to rotate. They were just sitting down for a very long time. For this team, I feel like we're gonna move to Enigma Galaxy because, wow, what a performance that we just had at Enigma Galaxy. The way that they were able to just make their...
Team low say kiện hi ha.
Nó cái chuyện đầm cả tiền là nó cái chìm hị bệ không kén thì chân là về mới không miếng
นั่น comment ดิจ้ะในหมุนทำกิจ
comment รู้ว่าก็ง่ายโถ
เกมกี่เกมน้องละง่ายเท่าเท่านึงจีปีของ
ก็ง่ายโถไอ้ดิเปียงรู้อะไรฮะ
ว่าเอาตาจ้ะ
bro 4K กับสตรีมเฮอ๋อ
ชาร์จจ้ะ
จิตจันเกียกวยหังพัดนินนักควอลิตี้ห้อยหิไหลเตียละฟอนกับเสียชิปิด 4K เอาหน้าวิวเท่แต่นั่นเนี่ยห้อยเลยกี่จิบสังอ่ะกราฟิกห้อยโซ่อ่ะโอ้ bro กี่จิมป้าเวทสังอ่ะห้อยโซ่อันนั้นเวทวิวคุณท่าปุ่งอะไรนั่งอ่ะท่า bro นั่งเอง
10-11กี่ใจแหละ
10-11กี่ใจแล้วเก้เฮปุ่งทุ่มและแอร์พอร์ตชี้กี่ดีเหรอ
ไปบอลดิ
กันเอาป้ากับปุยดิจังเสียแท็กซี่ของกินแล้วอันการนี้เป็นกี่ชีเห็นGood evening Amy PUBG Good evening
ว่ามาที่เบียมคิวโมกกับดัมไอ้นี่
สามบอลเทจเลย bro ไว้ได้
กันเชียร์ไม่ว่าเลยกิจเนียมให้แต่ไอ้เนี่ยมินไซแฟนอากาศแดดจิลจิร้านอาหารสนุกเท่าไหร่
Let's go.
Reloading. Cover me. First point for the red team.
Nice, bro.
Reloading.
An ha hedi ha tu din ka ta tu me na. Nice, bro.
Cover me. Down. Reloading.
Ati here. Hello. Azong sana. What the bro? Wala.
Cover me. Reloading. Cover me. Clear. Reloading. Cover me. Reloading.
Ada dah.
Cover me. Reloading. Cover me. Reloading. Cover me.
Azong san.
Reloading. No mercy. Cover me. Half of the match is over. in the lead.
Căng kayak kita. Oh, hat sana căng yang.
Reloading. Cover me. Reloading. No mercy. Cover me. Reloading. Reloading.
Zone sana.
Expired. Cover me. Reloading.
Trong sân thế. Drop location rồi hay là hàm drop location cái này là thì tụt cái họ ấn nộp nào. Drop sân này. Ý chả. Drop.
Mercy. Cover me. Reloading. Cover me.
Thì lâu. Johnson ơi.
Reloading.
Thì lâu. Chicken lâu chứ lâu.
The red team leads with 30 seconds left.
Red team victory!
ai vào sẽ phải coi chấp gặp hầm slot scam không lụt kiện này. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your super chat, Cookie. Say 40,000 super chat. Thank you so much. 40,000 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Milung Lin. Cookie say Milung Lin. Minasa. Thank you so much for your 40,000 super chat. Cookie say, cái say không lụt lẹt chi hiền sợ. Không hay lại ngày
से ही लमदम का सवाल chân na trốn chân hồi zin ấp hạ cả hình cái thằng ắt pi gì lệ hồi lại muốn na trên na va na na dâu xin dòng na giat na nam hi na hình trời sang zin ngô boy na mel kamu nya pat ka de ku kilanu nang bo ka de ka bui nu nga mei te nu nga bengali nu nga sang ka de ne ka san he o zirbam ku kilanu nang ho ku kilanu nang giận na năm na choi sang lệ bazar dunga bazar kaya na hong zi tiếng giống lệ na năm pon khát bê to hong kai tha zi o boy na
thì đồ mà không
Hello, check. Voice check.
Hello. Check, voice check.
Okay.
Alpha, Swike speaking, check, 2, 3, 4.
Copy, Roger.
Bring up voice chat.
Cut any voice sets in.
Bring up voice chat.
Mani hay, panel màu đó.
Nhìn thấy nè. Thêm thì miếng này nè.
Parallel join the on thumping voice out of done.
Ngoan thì cho là. Miếng nào ba bằng cái mặt ta này hiện ta. Mét thế hả?
Aban mét này là con cái download được. Rồi luôn hết à?
Game is up. Bây giờ kalian untuk kita.
Bro, gak lengo kami.
Nên bên là cái miếng ta này nè, chỉ có đi đã. Bên cái này, phía cái này.
Nazat.
Nazat na.
Kazahi.
Lalu loot mana?
Độ sini kita Nazat.
Ni coba payung naman kayo chứ là cái phỏ cho cái phần cái xem là.
Ăn ngay à? Bro, ngắm ăn ngay à?
Namay. Kenapa nanti mo namay kaadiw he aja? Shoot like.
Gari hol gari.
Patat pau nó kan diệp khao như này.
अच्छा.
Cái này sao tin ấy không cái
kasi kahing kito wa de
gari hol wo gari
bagi kamu ke
tolong
kan lai
Cúp cái này
monster mày lai monster khát mày
tali thấy hả enemy ở chứ
tali thấy mi thế chứ cái Krishna có thể sang rồi
tali kia
đang học gari này chút nào
cái này chứ
cắt tận đi cho rồi mà
coi hâm bùi ngay
là hay
gari mấy thằng lâu
thằng này không được hả
si bro taliti ingat bro lain ingat ke
Watch out.
Nice. Mấy thằng kia đâu
thằng này ba cái nốt rồi
mấy tàu căn lại ngoài vừa
không nghe
mấy tàu căn này hay
lại mini mà có tốt súng vào mà
thal này bầm
cái lộ thal này hầm này đồ hầm
này mấy thiếu nè
sót gần này
không có sao mà làm hầm
building á he
có mà hình như
du học được thế nào nice
last guy
hello pi mini nè lại
anh chung à sót gần to
nice
hold it nè
let's go
Lohan the dancer at the end.
Carry me re.
Come here.
Cho có sẵn lũ đó.
Lại cái mạng này khá là à, bagi mình chỉ là bao.
Cái này
mẹ mà cái mạng là
con đi.
Không thằng pion này sao mà, chỉ lại phải phải ăn thế.
Salam.
Right đó.
Đâu hằng.
Nó chơi lại nó vào cái gì rồi sao? Nó vào.
Lani kalau dan so saya.
Kalau này pa kanok masat cho gari ya. Aki dan cho ai kap hak lo.
Lani gari tol so pung sombal he on. Jika cilang apa ma, kong lang apa ma.
Chỗ cái gì chứ dạ lại nó tổ lắm thế. Nó một tàu thôi.
Cảm hạ cho France lang cái gì hơn đi chứ.
Remote sa coi mám lo pin à.
Thấy sẽ nha.
Tôi sẽ nói cầm trong nộp he.
Shell đi.
Soi món này.
Uppa em đâu được.
Cái này đã thật đấy.
Lại pareng sẽ trong cái máy to.
Cái máy cái ngõ có cung thì là bro. Hay là có một cái nào có cung như sợ hả?
Thì là nó biến sang giá thì là
đã môi xiêu ôm hiện
Tapi yung naisap to nga, magkamlat wala dyan.
Không cho. Bị miệng tật tật lăng phải biển. Khi cho nó xử thế nào ra.
Kim xin nó bồi into something.
chỗ thật nè.
Đi kia tiền lọ đã tiền
mấy tiền.
RCB tiền không
đi
cầm
kia tiền bồi phải giá niên thôi.
Cậu nào bắt tốt tu hi và bạn nào ai khát chết đâu.
120 FPS anh cái chim bro.
90 à. 120 coi mà chỉ thấy hết bro.
Katrai dah ba 120 à.
Nên rồi tí dia mi cái chip mà yang cho 120 à không cái chip mà nó thì mò cái chứ là.
Hay đấy. 90 tiền tan.
90 nôm cái sạ rồi cái. Cái hạ vào yang 120 à thì bây giờ đam cái à. Bro, call te hen na ta san ham.
Room bro, Evo Tiger room he bro.
Bro, call te hen na ta san ham. 120 hi 60 sanga hoi mo zo he.
Pagin mo thos ke nong bro. DBS ndi am bro.
S12 ke ga ki choi hana tu ni.
One 3x đi.
Có đầy thôi.
Có nó mù phát ultra map riêng luôn à. Forex cái mù ta.
Bro, cái này cái tôi làm.
Chơi hả?
Đây là DP của tôi làm bro.
Motor nó cái số gỡ hả bro?
Dạ. Là này gari ai khai tiệt cho nó muốn đâu.
Có không?
Cái hoa là.
Nó ai đi tập bộ tôi.
Nó khai tiệt cho bị đi đi là.
Gì có biết ngôn đàn à đi tập ngôn.
Nó khai tiệt cho bị đi là. Nó tí
rồi. Anh nghĩ anh đã biết nằm cái đi bộ vậy.
Hỏi lại nó khai tiệt nó. Hỏi lại cái vật đi cái vật nó
giống của mình tin là. Cái hồ có mày này vậy?
Hả?
Cái hồ có mày erengel kita kan mình tin cha cho các cái hay thế nào?
Game mana saya?
Pung.
Cái hồ có vào cái gì?
Erengel nó.
24 hours à cái tên xong rồi. Timing có biết
erengel cho game sẽ cho erengel ni sa mà.
Nó pa nhau queen man queen là tiếng Anh.
Three na muna siya yun. Four na ping.
Cái này na hay scope hả cha?
Six so ka so di ba? Ano so wow cop là six hồi cho BGMI 6 so.
DBS na देखा हुआ.
Tay đang
sa.
Bro, pagari ci koy juga lago kin.
Cái cây vào năng cái cây này gì sao?
Hey gan hing.
Cái coi hay bro nó mua sao hả?
Cái tol độ gì nó gari cái tol là.
Nó ngay à căn đã hả?
Vô cọ lọ.
Paano kita suta?
Tenson. Oh yo, mi cọ lọ năng không?
Đó là cọ lọ gồm.
Cọ lọ pa chỉ mà cọ lọ pan vậy. Nè. Ôi lâu chứ.
Paano kita suta?
Cái gì?
Kila lâu. Ở đây. Coins.
Warehouse lang na may utang.
Cái này tạo ra.
Quay xem phát nạp qua.
Kapots.
Thao na po ba thao. Ade.
Kapo.
Gari ang veta.
Gari sunga.
Cái gari ang veta.
Có ham forex đây.
Repair kan si dam.
Ako be, ana be at.
British.
Bây giờ nó top đó thì nó là lại cái quay hột cho.
Đã lâu này thì về
là good. Cái big cái số ông. Nó kilo.
Cái khát nó là ai ta chỉ chém. Tầm đi trắng.
Mungkin ada gari adim saya kau itu.
Cái big à full. Gari thao à hang là gari chứ.
Kau ni em he. Chiêu
gari ông ôm đi.
Lago, itu bagi har kamak dia.
Bagi im na license tay da. Namak nas. Mium he hong ba.
Bagi ka ala pate le.
Reminders of okay. AI.
Pa kate hung ki thai tiam mo hung ki thai go sai but let's see na. Iki kim tiang leo chlai he chu ta chlang.
Chung kal do anh ke. Ai ho. Tang ta ve to.
Hung ki chai hung tam nang ni cha.
Không tay.
Bare ga xem phát thấy lo ha thảo ho phim thấy lo ha.
Phim độ phát
Không kira tu hong ka ke gari ang.
Full lagi. Pepe uta.
Sung đang pe ka gai tai.
Falcon te hi chai de ba first match a chicken gala balbalwa.
Sai sila hong chok tu he ka ti cha.
Alpha te ta mo first langa cha to ma to lak pe na ke ka zal ji.
Mas koi kena ta langa kal lo kena kan kita. Nana sa kol ho bang azizi umena.
Chỉ điều tam.
Nóng phật nào ta.
Điều hầm nữa.
Suku macam beta.
ไอ้ขาด 1v3 อัพบอลจนนั่นโลหะสันห้องอาโตเร่งกะลามีขัดไป
ฮัมโมกะเฮ้ปิติมาอีกจิปิวฮัม
สันห้องอา 1v3 S12 แกขัดปานบอลละขัดไปนี่เร่งกะลา DBS อัพบอล
DBS อ่ะ
Kamu ngambil spot sih, tim minum.
Tim minum.
Tim IFery.
Tim IFery.
Suai kenu.
One before nani ball dan ha. Hai la. C9. Kasi ta sa amin nabil ngong si hamo bro. Rak yana. Tengok. Di ball ka ako.
Sampai aku live guys.
Big fan. Kapan ya?
Only 1 minute
lah.
Nang lôi ra rồi sung các bạn ki check lâu lệ.
Bro ka gali to check hoy ma chao mo pon te. Ka biak kisan o nga he.
Ya. Primo sa pa light kan po le minaw pa sir ka kagari ong do ta. Pipin kila pa. Trong cái gari atau le chai do.
Lắc phu hay quay
na. Itu ti zo be se ni tunggu. Ta asan ki ton de je.
GIMNEI Rich Super Chatted $2.37. Super Chat Sene Say Squared Jingin.
Nasa.
Oh kaden. Gimnarits.
Timin ho khan te ga.
Namin bangi tunya hi gimnarits na kisa hi tunya hi. Rich pa hi tunya hi ka hepan na. Thank you for your 200,000 super chat. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much gimnarits. Nasa mo mong Thank you. Thank you so much. 200,000 super chat. Whoa, no. Like a ball, OP got ball. Guys.
Cookie say thank you for 4,000 rupees super chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, bro. Gimnay, naminito na ako na gimnay, double sa kasaka din ay tayo.
Cái chuyện này với cái bạn tay.
Thank you. Cái pa mo 1v4.
Anoy bal to
An thot dan he wow. 1v4 man an thot dan he. He talaga na. Amu man din na. Welcome back and good night. Oh hello, welcome back and good night.
Cả tunggu.
Sonic kid về.
Kita lagi
ngapa
guys like ga bota OP in the chat sahiga OP ga
like and OP and also cookie sahi also
top that tan ticket cha top that ticket
top 3
hồi chứ là
8 kills này ta về
4 lần nha hồi chứ là
chicken hình này là chun ăn thọt bề đi ha let's try na
không biết cái cá làm phải mình mới thế cả biết
cả đi bằng cho các một hị bề nha chip chạy
OP này rich
không promote làm apa nào tự làm
sama mong
Cilang
mak
cái kamu pak đâu
Watch out.
lang ko behong tami ka niyan
garit thum
kamu chỉ ta chỉ bé khát你说ai thà nó tiêu cổ mà trở lại green mark à chứ green mark đang rất bé
tu ni wang itan ham phat pigay go ga hai cái chip pt ni cho ka den pmgc vet to aga
don kendi hinso iti so diu ha bro to kendi
Enigma Galaxy dia
PMGC vet to kop di alang apa kun atot chelai game an
Alpha 17 11 kills này tao hela
kakak la
kills 666
qualify champion là thì tao 11 kills này rồi
ngau hum Ziel tao vompi
57
Zempu Mr. Lunmin
Thang OP
Danger OP Ren OP Danger OP
Danger
OP Migun
Mr. Lunmin
Hong Pu
IGL là bạn này IGL
Danger
OP IGL
Cookie OP IGL
mới lại ông khán này cái tạc tù về kể viên
ăn bol kill leng ngộ cả ngộ này đây nhìn xa hơn rồi là các bạn thể final đi watch party trong phải cần ball và còn không được phản à
14 kills.
Say hinti cho.
DK to top one cho. Point that ki ha.
Yeah, and DK is 105 ang khatba top 1 to 120 lang pa to.
Không thấy nào đây.
Nik ma ti hing top 3 là phải cái đó. तो IPP का बैन हम PMGC का बैन फुटबॉल हम का बैन गेम हम किच
सा कोई किसी kita football Arsenal kita
तो kilo
Taka yang ko Arsenal là cái chuyện đó là hả
DK te un point là 9 kills aí tá
Galera, podia Amazon. Lá um minuto tá. Vai dar um minuto vai ter só roda.
Só tinha aí.
Lá aí que tu ninguém deu.
Number 4 signal boleh. Signal ki aku kan. Kalau
tadi cookie.
Left lang apa ni kita. Ai hầm pala họ có thể thế này cũng được tạo cho left lang cái cho bro right lang in không
về có còn bao không nhìn thấy. Nó sang rotation nó.
Nãy lang là vây lang hẳn, đã chỉ nó thấy
Cái vây lang rotation.
Đây là sẽ còn.
Sẽ có một chắc
nó tên hiện về.
Đón cái hip quan.
Đấy là ông chỉ không thấy tới.
Không tàu lại hay là không tàu không. Không vô. Có mà đi.
Mìm hả?
Không bay điều chỗ. Cái ngọ dần quá.
Nó lên. Nó cào phá rồi lột. Lại thêm ngoài.
Nice, kita. Nice. Gali ciki tol tango bro, gali ciki tol tango.
Smoke siya no.
Apa gitu nih tol.
Kayak gitu.
Sana hung mahung zat điều ya.
Công về cái phần đập chặt là. Khúc. Cho gạt tol về để chuẩn bị cho đi.
Rotation pe là cái ngã lê gì lâu đấy cho. Đi cho ball khel pe.
Grass ai mìm cho.
Rotation hi tiếng là thấy đi riêng.
Chúng là hình về anh mìm mà.
Gak mau sih.
Gali yang nyawa cumsen. Squad kat hive.
Anoi tu pangtang kakup ngana chun.
Chúng là thế gì về không?
Khả năng poching kim mol chung ham.
Nó có hit tao. Tao hit tao chung. Đập PP TV, chung ate ko fight. Chỉ gom tao.
Mới lại không?
Chung here mà.
Chung chắc cái máy trận này không tao.
Grenade này kì chém tao.
Ấy hả?
Nice.
Hold it.
Tôi chuẩn lại chỉ tao lại. Come on này chỉ PP vào. Mi khát vào.
Helmet hỏi không?
He's going okay guys.
Nice.
Mina pa kinok sa di bang den jare direct finish. Kamak na ko mi ko na chiu am. Mi khát.
Lang mi om. Lang mi ke. Ra sa him cho.
Mà tao mấy trang gọi cái là về mấy trang tập phồng này.
Him na la ta chi do.
Him na la mo la.
Về xuống tango. Na noi hung cho. Lại anh noi mà không. Nai dẹp tị liếc vào con với ra. Nai dẹp tị.
Sẽ bagi ta nó bagi.
Với chiều.
Về hung tango mà lang không.
Lampia bro, lampia.
Khám cho grenade sắp ta.
Lô.
Tôi chỉ pe ta cho. Chỉ đáy ta thằng chỉ đáy.
Bỏ đó nó.
Kamak na la cho kila tao. Lại chơi lầu đi thằng pi. Open wall. Gari ate ko slam ko TV. Gari ate ko squad khat đi lầu mấy thế.
Garage John hi le slam hote.
Garage cho cái tí cho garage cho. Anh những con liang vin lang để khát cái chiếm leo cho. Grenade này. Cái nó có hit vin.
Ý nó kêu vai phần nào.
Cái nó có hit tao không?
Half zone hi.
Nó chỉ phải thế cho zone này mà cho. Gari chỉ toan lang cita. Gari chỉ toan lang cita. Lai chu ki bro na pan na chuan nung lang ho chu na ki vek ngai
lang inong lang
start
ngom
ki vek to si dio
like I'm going to win here.
Ngay tao có phải gọi cái hill độ là cái.
Ayo.
No, then đi cho thật chế trong hạt chung.
Spawn này à? Revive.
Smoke set đi ta.
Pot rồi.
Smoke na si as cái độ đi đó này hill chui thấy lâu chưa?
Nhiều
right lang chỉ phải ta right lang.
Kinong nó không cố để garing cố để.
Smoke set na lang ta.
Smoke này talo.
Smoke này talo.
Gari lang garage lang ate ko bihong garage lang ate.
Zone yan to tampi mo na zone yan.
Garage lang ate ko bihong. Aga to kini. Garage lang ate ko.
Mai tungo bro.
Nom ta ki chep sao nó khai nom ta ki chep sao.
Ki push tao lại tiếng.
Zone yan cho. Chong point. It's 1-1 tayo. Pidi.
Yung nag-aatay.
Bro, left out. Knock. Nice. Zone hi hung cho. Tia ko chan team. Hung diu cho. Gari khon kila mai the cho.
Na ve lang gari.
Gari hung a.
Na ve lang gari.
Grenade kiam. Nama lang chi bro hello.
Maya lo ko.
Tapi kill.
Lang tin fight to kin lan lo ho in veng.
Un po no tele kilo cha pa chu he cho na.
Cái trái ta cho. Lang ho he.
Thing po chom. Amo un po no sa dio samo un po no sa dio.
Bro, right lang thing po right lang. Chalai la.
Đã tổ đã
in. Chi be chu. Je lang chi be chu.
Minute khat lang ke wa.
Lang to.
Gari sia ho. Lo. Gari sia pa lo nice.
Knock
Ano la.
Confirm.
Kinukino. 4v2 ka na eh.
Gari chuna tola noise khona uda. Bro.
Gari.
Bagi cho. Kita tu chun na noise cho gari.
Gari lata hai.
Cover zo.
Cover zo.
Last man.
Kano ka?
Ito.
Mini in the lights, tampi mini in the lights.
Ngay to ka kiro lo, ngay to.
Hey, do. Nice, last man. Nice. Nice.
Good cover, bro. Good cover.
Nice
cover.
Nice.
OP cover.
OP in that shot. Ipon yung hoy.
Nice. Bakat ya.
GG guys.
Nalo. Only right side ya cover ala ole hoy te. Loi hồi nó kìa. Còn sợ hả gì nữa. Nice. Thì nó không phở. Bỏ không đàn chân đàn chứ. cover nung lang cover pa chana hỏi cha nice second match so kid điều đẹp xả bài sốc kid điều cả chắc lâu về cả sleep căn bỏ lưu cho IDP nga utul next IDP nga utul na chicken nó vẹt đỏ thô ha sao hè nghe chicken cái vẹt đỏ thô ha chicken cái vẹt đỏ thô ha cái tí miệng là chicken là bút cái chỗ bút lại lại thì mà cái tí ta chứ first mi cái thà chứ bao chỗ na nếu khát kill cái này à na kêu IDP cả cái ngã ta hình nhau khát ball chọn cái đấy ai cái start cái tí dùng phát cái điều tắt chứ nói tên mi cả nói tên cả khát gì vào là yêu gì vào là cả hiểu gì vào là ngon độ gì không cái call về bro thank you PMGC vết trái xa cái không liền lướt diện là hệ last ten nhiều chưa pita mộ liền chọn riêng bỏ chọn riêng làm cái nè là tệ là mình hiện sẽ thật hậu tệ hẹn lọ chi tiết chơi là liệu copyright ini để cho copyright ini để cho Christmas là phố hẹn nô ấy mình là gì lâu hồi hết các hàng mà biết chuyện lâu cho copyright mình tiền cái gì à ấy mình là năm làเห็นการพาไปตัดเจอมาลาเจอไอ้มีอัพเป็นเกษตรละโอเคอังอ่ะก็ยังน่าสะดีอ๋อก็ยังสะกันละเจหาขันยังสะเจอเจสะ
Dancing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. All the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Let them know. Hey, call your friends, call your family. Let's have a great time and make a memory. Forget the past, live for the rest, live for today. Make it last. It's time to jingle and show the move, dance. Celebrate this magic time with all my friends and all my family. Let's light the fireplace, grab gifts and decorate. Let's do the things we always do around the holidays. Let's get the cards out so we can have a great time. Take.
Pian hay là điều ha lệ Acho gospel nom he ai mi ho a cho gospel là bộ he Christmas là cho và nối em cũng liền đấy hôm qua nó to thế không đó cho các ngày pay lâu cho cái a bit gì lâu chứ mẹ gospel lâu to này gospel sao luôn.
Sol hawa no ya lai tol kalen ni hin kay sang kahipo kong bay nu zong thâu nai chung mấy giam na nghìn hin lệ đã tan kay nâu ra lệ trong khát bể leng nang quay hầm nó va nô ra leng nôm lâu đi hin về chim po nghe nang gian khô mi lung leng te hin em ding ta lòng ngà ding em ding nô ra lắm chul mon va ding tan lung gen thấy hi cả ban dâu na lung lên va ding sa mang zal mo in si lung lên hi cả bang thấy poi lang lâu bol mi bo kahi koi ham na va no za leng nom lâu đi in ve chim po nghe nang gian khô mi lung leng te hin em ding ta
pandit ta la chỗ la thang pagi skin ni kila ka kila lo ka dai lo atol ha wa le tiu trai khả ta BGMI min an tola ka tol ka tha wa ka tol cái này hết sponsor sense na same zo ta code ka la ala de bo va de lai code ka gala de dan chip chip ye ta tu ma cha code ka gala nai lo hung thung me the ta ya itin ball do ball khat ka ke ball thai khat India la nga ball do khat cái ball sa cha
cái đèn anh call khen thật đi cho này
ôi à hàng bạn đó
rất nice hard in đó cái đèn
với tia ho tội kịp bằng lâu đó hello với tia các bạn lộ với tia khát các cái hầu hung hung là video cô là các hầu hung lẹ mà anh có ball thấy khát ai cho họ lăng em yêu siết thiệp em mà one thì tay em xuống tiếng ngát thì mà trong trên YouTube channel này bà cho mà cho các cái ball cho mà cho anh edit tin cô là cho anh edit tin cho mà cho anh edit tin là cho cái xe cái ball là cho
anh edit tin anh edit tin
nó không bảo này tiếng Anh xe
cho anh edit hả
mi nào bay là thì dân lại hay là code bầu cái kiểu vậy code thì các cái lạ độ đến không ngày tam post ai rồi lại cái gì ham kẹt rồi các gặp họ này rồi các vẹn này thì code cái gì bụng này code giàu là code thì ngả sót thì mai lạ độ lâu thì lại nung thất kiện miền tên nung thất lèo cho thả đi xem ai kiện miền tên bồi hay YouTube rằng hết
nó chơi lâu lại ông tu chân gì nó phun nợ lại ta nó chơi là phải đi nó có cái action pin chứ xây chal
Timo cái độ bật đium lâu chú
nal where are we going
living mà thì bro
Alpozo lang trại
bagi không lên nhỏ nung vào
cái file biểu tiêu lại thế
không lên hay là
cái link mà comment có mà membership na chan sa khat ve nia membership a hop wa
cái chan lâu chứ la
连锁导要快来连锁啊
mua không phải Alpozo lao mi ông nghe
Tadin, yung tadin
oh. Watch out.
Chilang ko dalo, mo sung.
Unta lang. Bagi ông nhá. Nó tên gì sao?
Cái gì na mi nôm cái đấy cái đấy.
Ina không mi về tay nào không? Rồi cùng. Cảm ơn nào không? Nhìn nó lại.
Give me gun, bro.
Cái right side là ngay mi khát bầu heo.
Ở đây mong.
Chalwang cái lạ ta chứ. Chỉ song nuôi.
Thal cái này lâu này.
Nú sugar đi dùng chút tập bằng họ không.
Cái cột tóc khát nó mới lại không.
Watch out.
Dispa khát.
Hai mình khát hai thế.
Keng ngạo.
Hal này em. Ina kilo saya khai về. Cái này sao? Có một thế lang đây ta. Gari này đâu nè.
Scooter là chun gari của hol tang bro.
Mà giờ này lâu bên pa này sol kịp hàng.
Ta nó này lâu chả chun.
Nôm ha.
Gari kan hol.
I see you, brother. Hello?
Ah, layam. No. Lắm lên nào pro.
Ah, hello. Cậu khá lâu.
Help us out miền Tây à?
Chỉ layam không minim cho.
Hal này ham.
Zat kal tau ti. Number ko ha kap chumei thol chu. Lahin.
అక్కడ శత్రువులు ఉన్నారు.
Nice.
Đó là thì bị hung bỏ luôn là lăng à.
El poza chỉ hồ nói chứ bagi kỳ lạ.
Bro,
El poza mìm sao?
Chính thế ô là ai minim thay ô.
Chỉ là inai am sát pa.
Watch out.
Chỉ là in chỉ lo hela không. Gari có lạ của nó là gari có hồ là lắm pia cái sự tổ không lê ra.
Thằng Pi. Này, bay khăn này.
Là đấy.
Không ta. Phải là hầm mặc.
Gari có hốt đấy.
Hú pa cam lăng cái tan tiệp rồi đó mấy chân lên đây à chính không cái cổ gà nha mà.
Mà những này lâu nó sẽ lâu pia.
Anh này cho gà là cái
open à. Gari mấy không vợ lăng hen. Không ano.
Enemies ahead.
అక్కడ శత్రువులు ఉన్నారు.
Agak lang gari em sao?
Cita.
Không tahu sao.
Cita bro.
Lah kau beri yang angkat nasi ya.
Không cái cọ mày.
Cái
lăng cái này.
Mồi shit.
Visa đây visa.
Marked a vehicle.
Val thằng ngồi thiên lung thì bị tao.
Bro không chỉ đọt thế long còn kiếm mày te lại lại hả điên rồi.
Ngon.
À, coming.
Ruin sumi mà về không à, về ba không à.
Ruin sao? Lá có prairie à chỉ ta hết điều, mi cũng mà chỉ lo mấy thế chứ.
Lâu, đang trong chỗ mày tới用là ruin xuân đang về ba không là cái gì cái mày đàn không được thấy chứ là.
Chỉ đi vào cái tả sở chỉ đó, về ba.
Lu tahu tu lah. Gari ni kira ada.
Station ini kantor berapa?
FedEx escape na đấy.
Nên bộ thấy đi ha, nên bộ tông à.
Đấy à cái.
Sao bảo lòng hồ gì vô BGMI mang cọp được
một cặp ha đã vậy để cắt spray 6 cái rồi đây cặp thêm đi 3 cái point đây khá lâu
gọi đèn hẹn
có trả cái này hiện nay
gọi đi
Alex đấy chứ quậy hầm
cái
ghi ra tiếp tiếp ta
cái bạn nào pa hay mà
acha cái là lo xem pa sa
I got supplies.
cái này ta bây giờ cho đầy pi vào rồi là nụ khăn ta cả loại giết khăn ta
thằng pi cho đầy pi vào rồi là nó gì cả vấn đề này
acha
vertical này đây vâng
I'm for này đây vâng
này ta
cái đây chứ
nó trả cái này rồi này
I got supplies.
cái extra cái này đi thải ó
mini này đây bây giờ
I got supplies.
cái lát ta
bro Alex cho ikan anak post na gari tikia
shop lo pin ala shop mà bây giờ
no boss
ghét tăng
xây tăng
viên lăng chiến tăng
6 này đây vâng
I got supplies.
4 đây va 4 time
cái đây đi tới cái lệ theo
bro highlight là em for mark này chứ
speeding ko
Enemies ahead.
Renda lang
pi kal tam la ne tama back full din ha line coi
cái cặp bệt cho bro
TBS gak maknya
nó tao thảo anh đang
tao cặp
rồi kia ang sa may chang quay
3 ka phải tay kìa
bro
hạt cho fill lên
3 ka phải tiêu
parts in logo okay let's try sa pagawagin na damo na hopi kayo no na chu kaga
S12 km na day khawan
cái này ta monster men đây onda
mốc này nam bro
hả
bốc này nào
nga kapo tiếng này smoke gun nhong kapo
to nhỉ ngay ở to này hơ cá cái thầu cái lấy nghe không phải
bagi merah
bagi sini kita sat do boba jika dah nak pergi cho bro jika hari ni alai han tang
Erik som na chu inda la hi bo
lampia
alai la
kawan na hansen green mark Visa chế được xoay pi vô, được xoay pi vô, lại nó mày visa.
I got supplies.
Thế là xong kilo.
Hay là phận mà. Zip chỉ có đa hay bro là.
How come on bro?
Full set riêng hả? Ai vào nó thảo hột cái lại lăng cái coi được. Mấy ta hay là lại không?
Mi un tuệ ta, nó cái mày tuệ ta. Thôi sẽ có thuần pan nha. Kỹ chọn bộ ấy mình thôi tôi kịp hà lâu bị đi mình mặn khó mình
coins nào không?
Cái đấy là coins.
Wait. Cái lão nào?
Kilo. Extra kia cái drum nha.
Ai ha, stop cái đấy.
Coins khát nó này bị nhưng khá vào.
Cái này ta nó.
Kim cặp bộ quanh.
Ở lại nôm hả bro. Gọi nó. I'm fast na. Don't keep on the time.
Coming.
Khai lăng chỉ điều hả?
Còn môi xí tiêu chỉ.
Khả nông hình gì?
Khó thế hệ bro, càng ai chắc thế hệ.
Ngay chọn đâu là cái mỏng thế hệ trong đấy.
Stop cái đấy. Extra nó muốn lên pi vào.
Ai con là chi không? Ai con phát triển. Bạn nó không.
Visa.
Kìa.
Năng background rồi.
Cái background hay.
Match chỉ ra này hiện tại my friend match nhìn nè. Tuần hai tốt hơn là năm team nè. Cái về lên nè. Bagi ông mẹ bro. Best game là cả là đó.
Cái chuyện lăng làm việc hôm nay tôi chỉ ngay nên đều này.
Lang pan theo lo.
Chỉ tao gà về ngay kia.
Chỉ ta fan powers. Kari warm lộc đi.
Đó thì chân nó nó report hình gọi tao hỏi kiện ship vui.
Cover to ra.
Tổ lệ. Đó chọn.
Giật cover là về anh.
Kiến sợi giật.
Như warm lộc.
Nó mày thấy cho xuất sắc.
Gari khát lấy lút chân này, gari không thấy lút chân này, bagi khát.
Có mùi á?
Chỉ ngã bagi khát.
Lấy pan theo hả? Hôm nay. Mình cọp vị tổ.
Bagi ni, bagi thum.
Napang ta, napang.
Number 4 ako makuha niyo na.
Cái này rất rất dễ dàng sao?
Yes, so not low.
Saya dah bagi cover dah tu.
Cây lang bagi không kile.
Oi lai ko na
guys.
Ala la.
Cây lang bagi. Cây lang kamasang.
Không chỉ là tông thôi.
Cây lang người sẵn hà.
Watch out.
Cái này thấy chưa?
Này thế là vậy. Mini.
Pick it down, khỏi biết Bingo, please, bingo.
Watch out.
Pick down.
Oh no.
Có biết không? Kayak saat ni cepat bangsa.
Helmet kagak kesuk magak kagak tam khah je. Jah.
Dah terlalu pion.
Cuta.
Bagi apa bagi umpannya?
Kecil. Let's go. Ngồi sẽ lại mi lộc biển này.
Let's go.
Groza me.
Bagi ka me ah, hindi wala.
cho nó bắn thằng pe chặt lại lại
Watch out.
Muốn hay cái phần thấy đi bà nó mang mìm rồi này.
Helmet ít khẩu ha. Cái này.
Ok, yung na lang lui lang ba
Watch out.
Nhiều hả?
Cầm mạng nào không?
Kan đâu thì ăn cặp để gạ sụp.
Kanunga.
Right side lang bagi.
Kari ni. King
Khát
outside.
không thấy đi chưa? Alo ấy mi khát.
Yung kato mo. Ni top yung moji na be.
One no.
Nice.
Sắp kita sung kho sung mama.
Nice. Hold it.
Start này.
Lute.
Cặp man mama.
Không được.
Grenade ka cúp lệ. Ka tha vào lâu cho bro.
Thì là nó tiếng cái thì chị.
Nice zone. Nó bắn lên nung chiêu.
Total khiêu tăng. Shotgun này chứ hả?
Zone cái giày đi phải nó chỉ lại gần hơi ra.
Sorry yang ni bro. Cái laya ko na grenade đã top tha. Kuma ko
grenade ka se go. But maya cha na ding na cha. Ni nga cha.
Dai ga bola, dai top tha laya ka se.
Gari chung không chi à.
Khó. Hồi điều cái xem có vào chance hỏi em biết tăng tập quay. Nếu khách top lăng thì phật leo hỏi.
Băng hôn ở lại chẳng hạn. Độ tới.
Bắn đấy ta.
Băng đến tàu zone thì là phải cái split đá, cái split đá nhưng mà.
Chứ coi gari hả?
Marked a vehicle.
Enemy hot.
Gari nhá.
Kazats. Sẽ ngay không mình thằng bị lại sẽ ngay hả? Knock lâu na.
Sao? Anh
cái thằng của left là họ sẽ tao left là họ đồng cho mình rất
tao. Thả tao cho.
Kill của woman luôn.
Đó là hồi cái bạn đeo chân. Chung là ngã. Kenapa?
Bisa gari hunggul he.
Gari hunggul kilometer.
Nanung
lang bisa, nanung lang.
అక్కడ శత్రువులు
ఉన్నారు. Come. Ông biết sẽ theo.
Nên push leo sẽ hơn nào.
Cái này.
Quên sao nào?
Đi đâu đấy không có. Bây giờ. Chung con pang tao ina con bro, ina con pango, ina con.
Thảo. Mong cái nọ. Ai stay here.
Không ngata, bây giờ tiền chance lại gota. Bagi ang tàu thì pa ngata. Tao vào. Nè tàu cho.
Không hề.
Grenade anh chém.
Có lại không hả?
Không lâu thì bro cả grenade kìa.
Nang cái tí lâu vậy đó.
Smoke cái xéo sao? Không nào hả? Smoke cái xéo. Bot xe này.
Cover pit bro, cover pit thot. Ball down cho. Avel pi le chun.
Iti điều ha.
Iti. No tak się mam. To była hielctać.
Right. Right lang in chiti bro. Nanung lang apat in chip heti. Bro. Kagari chuki tol tamo kabagi chuki tolo. Ang ko chigoti.
Tu tăng pizza open na.
Kamu sa. Smoke cái xéo.
Kamu si.
Chita bro chita. Kata chita. Tisho. Cover khát kila ta zone.
Oh yeah, try chun na lat.
Zone hindo pi.
One.
Nanu su gari.
Daluta chipa daluta.
Mi thum ta
Payload
ba.
đi. Mi thum.
No open wall.
Risk kilo na dem risk kilo.
Này cái thải vô.
Ma pa chu.
Con hạ vâng.
Em có cái lần độ tung.
Ten 11 na light chu. À? Ai? Ba cho AI in kian le chân nom ta nó rồi cho. Đi điểm nó không thì về không ta. Thế dạ. À. À. Apa mày itu aja. À tiếng nom ta nó rồi theo ya. Cái hậu sa tiếng chứ. Livik match nan ket wang dam le. Ah, bro. Nga pil kat ka bola. 10 IDP cho na fun na veto. Em bị yang top 7 na. Come on. Point hat sẽ aki hiang hiu na RCB to.
Lit right now, they're about 400 to 500 meters away from each other, so really can't cover off one another. But what Chips is doing is providing information. Could catch someone unawares. They try and send up towards the top of the mountain as well. Try and get that under control, but it's always wrapped in that dangerous situation that if Chips gets knocked, he's done for. There is no recovery on that.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble you're going to have to take in this scenario, and I think for D+ being so close to the central of that circle when it popped, I think you absolutely do go for that gamble. At this point in time, right, you're not in first place already, but this is a chance to get further ahead. You know this is a difficult circle to play anyway. I don't think it's the wrong choice for D+. It's just a difficult play to make work. But they trust themselves. They have confidence. That's what matters. RCB did make their way over towards truck stop. Pretty decent position to play. I mean, in terms of the rotational paths around them. Obviously, they don't want to stay there. For Enigma Galaxy, they are right at the back of a very long queue on the south side of the map.
Rotational paths have never been planned more carefully, Blank, than in this match. With so much on the line, a 5-point difference between first and third place right now. The difference between bronze and gold here at PMGC stands but a placing or two higher on the tables at the end of this one.
It's a terrifyingly close game. It really is. Influence Rage, though. It's RCB to open up onto the fourth place team. Already one elimination found.
EMEA and Turkey all happy.
RCB
layered on top of the 137 RCB already has, but it is still not out of the woods. They're only 2 points ahead. It's a closable gap, but Enigma Galaxy and D+ close to one another on the south side.
Split right now, actually. Like you were saying, Chips on that northern edge. The rest of the team.
Whoa!
Looking to hold underneath.
The circle!
Oh my god, there is absolutely no way we are going to an East Island finish. The final match of PMGC. What is this?
Make your moves now. D+ Kia are moving fast. They're moving fast as well. Over to the island. You need to get there now.
This is disgusting.
Everyone making a swim in the water. Luckily for Ralph, he's one of the few players in the world that's seen this exact circle.
He's
on top of it as well. D+ Kia though, Blank.
Let's go.
They're into the middle island. The question is, which one will it go to?
It's so troublesome. Down towards that southern edge, that island that currently Enigma Galaxy is making their way up towards is not likely to end there. It's a coin flip. It is a coin flip at this point in time. Your fate is decided by a 50-50.
And RCB may have had this one just dragged away from them. Fingernails digging into the cliffs of Impala. And Team Spirit start to fall. Falcons as well. Everybody lemming after lemming. Into the water they go.
This is truly unbelievable. I actually can't fathom this happening at this point in time. Well, they'll have to fathom those deeps. On the eastern side, heading to the water. Action holding out versus Team Spirit as they make the mad dash downwards. Team Spirit not doing too badly.
Big points here. They need to find everything now because they are on the outside. They are slow to the island. They were on the wrong side of this circle and potentially the wrong side of the historic run.
4 elims found already for them.
This is good news.
If they're able to get a few more, it's great. There's an awesome nade from Sarah. Downwards finding 2. They just need the flushes to get up to 6, but they're swimming outwards.
Thundertalk spot a player on D+ Kia on the mainland, the tiny little island.
Are you kidding me?
This is insanity. Thundertalk are taking their pound of flesh on the north side in the meantime, and it is a mad dash to these islands, and we just don't know where it finishes.
RCB, maybe going for a different approach here, looking to hold out teams on this western side. It's a smart maneuver in my opinion.
Come on.
If you can get 10 eliminations, that's a good average on the map. That's the average you want. Enigma Galaxy, they could just go down right now. They're playing on that southwest side. DRX are getting ahead of them. For RCB, they may have made the right call here.
The volatility of the circle blank. This is an outside chance situation.
This is perfect.
On towards D+ Kia's island with Falcons and an outpost there as well. Everybody's swimming. The Vicious Guild, Donkey ID. They are all making their way over to this mainland, but you can pick up 30-point games, and on a circle like this, we've seen it. It happens. It can change it all.
Usually it's one team. The kind of
goes on the whole game.
That could change the standing so drastically. Unfortunately for Influence Rage, they're an outside chance now. They're over towards the northwest side. They're crammed in with Thundertalk, with Alpha 7, with Na'Vi. Gills making it across, and RCB are Guardians at the gate, at the border here, down towards that western side.
DRX have made landfall, and Enigma Galaxy are playing this so slow. They could have been on this island already, but they were a little bit more cautious with it. The swim across. This is so many of the points here, or rather East is, which is going to slow the approach for D+ Kia. They've lost a player.
John, they're out. They're outside of the circle of the Galaxy. They have to push the DRX.
What a way to close down the PMGC. 2024 has been such a year for these rosters, for these teams, these players. Everyone pulling their weight, but now it is desperation on the East Islands of Miramar for the final match when it's all on the line. And ahead of it all, it's RCB with 6 elims still on that mainland.
For RCB, basically they need to get a lot of success over on this western side. The difficulty is D+ technically have an unbelievable spot inside the circle. It's not out of the realms of possibility that D+ win this game easily from that spot. They do have 3 players. There are a couple of teams making their way through. Donkey ID is making their way round. East is down and Falcons are out.
The Vicious need to hold this north side. Donkey ID are right there. They can push up. Guild have made their way across as well. This fight with Enigma Galaxy and DRX, though, on the South Island. Nobody really making a move to this spot. It's unlikely to end here, Blank. I think it's almost impossible with how the circle's going to develop over these next few phases. But there's the first opener, and we're looking for more. RCB continue to collect their toll on the mainland side.
RCB, I think they played a blinder with this one. I don't think anyone thought to do this. They were like, look, we are not giving up our life. We're confident in our team fight. They're taking shots over towards that north side. They're taking more names right now. Influence Rage is weakened. One player is down. RCB might be taking more names than anyone on those main islands over towards the eastern side can find. And there it is, right onto the outwards.
And how much further can these teams go? RCB, sure, they've got points here, but D+ Kia have so much more distance to go in this one in terms of placement, in terms of being able to rack up the swimmers. When the fish jump into the barrel, they'll be all too keen to shoot them down. And Nigma Galaxy have to make their move from the south side as well. They have lost a player on that south island, Blank. DRX have been able to do that to them. And they'll make their move, but Loxy,
water sees a couple. Wolfby, more of the eliminations. RCB is hunting the Wolfpack on the prowl.
And I tell you what would be so good in a situation like this, Blank. A hovercraft would be phenomenal to be able to cross this gap, but not on Miramar, not here, not now. Incilio do not have it. They will fall.
Little boy still off in the distance. RCB, they need to get as much value out of this as possible. They've had to send players all over the place to make this one happen. QXZ down, that's from D+ on the other side of things.
D+ Kia desperately need these points. They've got nothing so far, and RCB have got value. They are currently 10 points ahead. Like we were looking at the scorelines before this one, on a tiebreaker, unless D+ Kia win, they would win the tiebreaker, RCB win it, right? With 3 chicken dinners to their name, D+ Kia on 2, that tiebreaker goes the way of RCB. So if D+ Kia draw level, it's not good enough unless they take this chicken dinner as well.
RCB again, rotating around, they're looking for more. TJB, they gave up the ghost with Little Boy, understanding that he's probably just sitting on the outside. Wild passing back down the hill. Now they know that TJB is on the way.
TJB spray down to Wild, swings out the vehicle but doesn't finish the spray down, and there's pressure on him as well. Into the water they go, and RCB still have more life left in them. And Silas will be able to shut down the high ground. 6 elims for Sada on this match. Blank, you could not wish for a better substitute to come in.
Truly the super sub here. For RCB, they take fate in their own hands. They find a boat as well.
Can they get across safely? A boat is so vulnerable. As soon as you take shots, you need to hop out. Open across they go, and there's an opening to be found. D+ Kia, they've taken down players in the meantime. Players from Nigma Galaxy, they're sending for the hills. Redox and Ralph, the last 2 on the south side. DRX are away. RCB send over to the island. They're looking to try and get to land, and they're out by the waterfront. Guild looking to hold them from the bottom of the table to the top. RCB need to make it now. The mad dash up the beachfront, but a nade.
Another goes over the top. RCB lines along the line here. 2 players down, but 10 eliminations. A ridiculous effort.
Wagner with a 1v4 hold on the cards, could draw RCB slow, could take them down here. But they make the dash. Loxy and Wild are alive, and their placement opportunity goes up by the second.
Down. Another big nade. RCB. The wild card, last remaining, will go for the res, but Wagner, he's pushing, he's wading. But Diego with rage, and he gets knocked in the process.
This is such a big opening for RCB, because now there's nobody. Mafioso, Lil Boy, they're too far away to have an impact now, and the reses are coming through. RCB could get a full reset, unless the Vicious are here to stop them.
They both go underwater. Sure, they're going to take a little bit of tick damage, but it's better than being exposed on that res. 2 players are still down for RCB, by the way. Unresable.
Jakey. Wagner gets flushed, but Jakey's here looking for pickups. Silas will bleed out. It's all up to Loxy to keep this one under control, but they've already got 11 points now, Blank. D+ Kia, they have 3. Oh my goodness me. A little bit more needed to be safe. Wild can get res now. But he's right there. Oh dear. Oh me, oh my. B5 full fun.
Oh my God!
They hold their line. And RCB with 12 are into the placement points now. They're away. They're out the gates. And it's only Jakey that can ruin it.
The reaction speed from Loxy, unbelievable, inhuman. And now Jakey with the DPS, but RCB still kicking. Pin pulled. And another good shot over the top side. RCB alive for a little bit longer.
Oh, Jakey, a sliver of HP. Someone needs to pull out a gun, but they can't because the Vicious are here suppressing. Wild is down, and it's still up to Loxy. Jakey with the DBS has a little bit more to the beach side. Influence Rage made landfall somehow through it all. And the nade over the top is Lil Boy. The crossfire, shut down, and another point goes their way.
This is disgusting. From RCB, Loxy has clocked in today. Lil Boy from Influence Rage, the player they left behind earlier, puts an end to it. But it's 13 points on the game.
13 plus placements as well. D+ Kia, they need a chicken dinner, and they need it now. Ralph is still here to play, but he's the only one left in Enigma Galaxy. He's out the cold, and he's down in the dirt.
Let's go.
Enigma Galaxy out at 3rd place. Guaranteed, but they will not go all the way.
D+ Kia, they need it all, they need it now. They were 1 point behind at the start, 13 elims. Found for RCB, the placements added on as well. I'm not sure I can track who's in the lead right now if a chicken dinner comes through, but D+ Kia have more to go. They've got 3 players alive, leaving 6 more points available in the lobby. An 11 elimination chicken dinner, if they can get it all, would give them 21 points blank. And I think that may just be enough, but only if they get it all, and they get it now. A knock from Vexy could play spoiler.
Both teams are weakened. Raze, as well as Diminor, take them out.
Kill a good tie.
This point in time likely to be at 3rd place for D+.
Oh no, the points going to the Vicious. RCB need to hold on to this to give Silas his 2nd title, to give the Super Sub his chance to lift the trophy.
I'm not sure. I think that despite the
from RCB, come on.
It feels like maybe a chicken dinner's going their way. I think that would turn the tide.
It's right down to the wire blank. Goodness me, what a final circle. And this, I mean, I could not have asked for a better way to close this tournament down, to close this year out with a mad dash, the swim for survival and for glory. Nolbu, Osal, and Fabian. For South Korea need to lock it down.
Last player from Void Donkey ID goes out. It has been a great run from them throughout PMGC groups into PMGC Grand Finals.
Come on.
The Vicious, D+,
stage
6 and 3 teams. 23 minutes. One of the fastest matches here on one of our longest maps.
D+ chicken. Come on.
The center of the circle, not easy to control. None of our teams occupying the buildings. They're on the northwest side of this island, under control for Influence Rage. They have got one man out there, Vicious. I mean, they're taking these points away from D+ Kia as they roll around. And a 2v1 against Diego could be naughty. Reyes with the challenge, but Diego wins it on the first. Diminor with a nade over the top. Diego goes low, but doesn't go down just yet. Maybe not long for it, as the spray with the UMP finally connects. The point earned by the Vicious.
It will be Lil Boy, but D+ on the march out, looking to send round the eastern side of the map.
Come on, let's go, come on.
Game.
I think it might be enough if they're able to get all 3 of these blank. All 3 points remaining for South Korea. One more stumble and it's over, but RCB, despite farming the lobby from the mainland, could not make the swim.
13, 14, 15 points and
it was an unbelievable performance from RCB.
15.
But it is that last game we saw D+ get themselves a 2nd place into.
15 kills.
If it's a 2nd place into a chicken dinner, Circle heads back down D+'s way. But they are pushing onto the Vicious. This is their last obstacle.
2 nades in hand for Nolbu. He's seen them. He knows their location. A flank out wide from Osal. And it's on the money. Nolbu gets one. Now the rest of them need to go their way as well. The nades over the top. And South Korea want to lift this trophy. They want to take it back. And D plus Kia could go all the way.
For Nolbu. The spear point. For D plus. A change in behavior from him and BMGC descending to the front lines. And they didn't doubt for a second as soon as he started spearheading into the water. Over towards that East Island, they followed him. And they might just be following him to the trophy here at BMGC 2024. 2 players stand in their way.
Influence Rage and the Vicious. The Americas in the way of South Korea now. And Lil Boy with his back to the blue will be forced out. Point denial could change things here, Blank. I haven't run the numbers on it, but it could have an impact pretty significantly.
15 points on the Ohiana. That's 139 here. 138 here.
It depends on the placement points from RCB. I don't even remember when they went down. So shocked by this circle.
RCB
if both points are denied, 16 points of the 13 elims, and then whatever placement points on top.
There's the first.
Well,
that goes over to Lil Boy. Blank one has been denied.
Now Lil Boy
spotted.
He's big, and that's D plus with a chicken dinner.
They find the chicken dinner, but have they found the tournament? They don't know. They're waiting for confirmation. It is D plus Kia who won the title. RCB pipped to the post. It's South Korea.
D plus Kia. A plus on the grind. They leave their rivals behind. They bring their soul to London. Your PMGC 2024 champions.
2 point 開埋到幾 kill 嘅，啊4 kill 啦話係咧，1 point 和2 point 開埋幾 kill。RCB 嘅仲堅尼係咪你別了นะ？啊這，đừng đến là lựa chọn。trong thì sao mà cái calculate vậy à? Mà mày đàn sư cho rồi. Nice. Tới kinh tế nó buồn sang là Korea tê là chicken đó cho cái đề. Ý sư rằng Architecture Cắt sẽ lết ít thầu là 1 point sẽ kill Room cái này Chỉ pra chỉ trophy kì đọc tao ấy Còn bết
What has been undoubtedly the best, the wildest, the most sensational Grand Finals we have ever witnessed in BMGC history. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Champions are D plus Kia!
Cái chuyện đang avang là sao tụi tu chung match đi tụi nó sắp chịu hề RCB tiệt zone lút lâu hill mà lang áp skin hâm ta hâm yên một chút cái chuyện nào dùng chú biết tao 1 point hama bo ki hiu chu ka sei ki lo a la 1.2 point hama bo ki hiu yeah nice lại sẽ lưng xếp mày đã xí đi chết rồi làm được Akibo này các đó là khi mà chưa đó lời hè chicken là đang nghe nhiều liệu bao chưa sai tạo được cho rồi là bằng hít liệu nè
In the year of uncertainty, one thing is certain. What? Esports take home the trophy by 1 point.
You must be joking. A 1 point difference between D plus Kia and Regnum Carabra, down to the most insane finish we have ever witnessed in the last game of a PMGC Grand Finals. And D plus Kia are the ones to take it home.
This team was able to show what they were capable of over and over again in Miramar. The biggest question mark was how were they able to do in the other maps. It came down to the last match. They made this with a cross first, and we've been talking about the whole year. We don't know what's going to happen. I definitely didn't expect that circle to finish off PMGC.
South Korea finally claiming a global trophy here for the very first time at PMGC 2024. The circle, what did we just witness? This is a moment going down in PUBG Mobile esports history, and we just witnessed it right now over here in London.
Congratulations, D plus Kia. I gotta give some big props though to RCB. This team we have heard over and over again. We just didn't get blessed by the circle. We didn't have any favors from the circle. RCB took matters into their own hands. They made sure they were clearing any squad that came close to water, and they were going after it, and it came down to just 1 point.
I mean, you saw RCB came into that zone knowing what they have to do.
Yes. They knew that we are not winning this game. Impala is the drop location of D plus Kia. They're going to be the first team to have access to the island on the east of Miramar. They knew we're not going to get many placement points, but what we can take in our own control, in our own hands, is eliminating as many teams as we humanly can on the western side of that circle. And that is exactly what they ended up doing. Wild in the car just chasing down TJB, looking for every point they possibly could get.
I don't care how long you've been playing PUBG Mobile, especially at the competitive level. There's no way to prepare yourself for a zone finish like this, the position you're in for Silas. Insane stuff. Not to mention we had some records being broken as well, as Reza able to get himself the 17 rescues to break out Flukin from Vampire Esports. But RCB, man, ridiculous stuff. Like, for them to know we have to go for our limbs. We're not making it to that island. And to come one short with so many great individual clutches, Loxy in particular, keeping his team alive and the hopes alive for Turkey. Unfortunately, 1 point was the difference.
And for this team, I mean, it comes down to just what could have been if they actually would have had their full roster with them. The fact that they were able to get second place finish with Sara, an emergency sub, just shows greatness out of this squad. It shows masterpiece out of Silas as well with his IGLing.
Sara, first place PMGO, second place PMWC, second place PMGC. He can still go home with his head held high because he put up a
Phần bị bệ sẽ thế hay vàng yên cả lúc nó sẽ Trời, trời, tôi trông vàng trời. PMDC che vesiate. Oh, esatto. Nó vào thế mà. Đi kệ. Alo.
Khaini na lo botse ơi khaini po sagan po num lo hai mo
Tại cái lâu này cần sao
gani hin sem vô gan ra to check kom ni mình hello sagan umai mo sagan
ôi mày ôn nó con pin đi hết thôi rồi mà
cái gì nè kami cái gì khana cái gì nè
cảm giác kiểu rất là
tum thay lô đi tum thay lô đi
thọ resist sang resist thọ khát được chưa anh chỉ start as cam vet nu na zone chứ a ball thu bằng ying chứ là rằng đi chơi cái gì chứ là có lẽ tiền là đi cái gì chứ bữa là con
có sẽ tìm này lộ hầm
cái này này chứ tôi kia mà
Ila na ka den ki pepe ma ha
rồi ai kiêng giờ mà last minute xong IGL bao cái số khác vào chứ IGL bao khác cũng sa champion là bao giờ là PMDC IGL bao cũng sa muốn đăng cái gì đăng sai cái gì
Watch out.
Vì sao? Lâu à? Chỗ mò.
Hey, connect IGO 100 wala ping.
Yeah.
200 này kia. Mấy thằng cái này là sao? Gì nữa mà ham chứ? Sao? Biang tiếp thị. Mi số boy.
Cái gì nữa he? Cái gì nữa rồi?
Lại pa. Squad नहीं है तेरे जाने
có thể nào về
cái co mà nhìn không tàn
cái cam thắt thầy vào đâu cho lại khát không mày hình cái tròn thật đi
Marked a location. Marked a location.
Ồ.
Blue eye how is that? Come on, is that?
lo cái fight coi từ cái fight lên à phố cái sao lo cho ấy và cái cả thế gì vào lo cho cha coi từ cái fight đó ai đi đàn nó thấy gì lo kìa Hot thôi, coi tôi cái fight ha, hot rồi.
Ina con chân cover tan chung chân.
Metal 1000 metal lắc bẹ kì cả.
Khả năng sai tin kìa.
Cái trả được mi tôi cái fight là coi cái dấu đó mà. Tụ hôm đi cái bẹ à.
Hỏi đi cái gì?
Chết đó gì? Phải gom thầy lâu chứ bị game cái chim đó. RP hiểu sao? Khó hát rồi, sát họ cho họ sát hát. Rằng là cái fight đi pa cho cái fight gom thầy lâu là bị can đó mọi game cái chip lôi bị gì ha. Chôm cha mi mà cái chu mi mà group mà mi cho group mà mi thầy thôi. Ấy team miệng hỏi vậy là chôm như nào cái chui bị coi cái dấu đi là. Drop fight hết sao rồi mẹ drop fight cái thành thắng là coi cái dấu đó ta cái anh hi mày thấy nè TMGC yang coi hết gì chân coi màn fight hiện để fight là yang lại cắt tọt rồi cái group mà ông còn drop được quay máu ông lầu là chân khổ hệ cái split dòng lệ hết nè ai và ngam mi drop fight thì tiếng là mi ấy của ta im vậy là trông cha kiểu ông đi thấy lâu thiếu cho sai kia nè Bex skin hồi này lâu ha cái hết lâu là cái này bà hai bằng hồi một thì vào à được cái vấn đề nhu cầu đấy tôm kỳ hệ tạo nó sẽ khác真的是得变。 đà thật để năng dòng cam biệt bị cam biệt MG chuyên cái trời man này đấy gì
I need a weapon.
X mi kỳ lầu đàn nè Tayo lang kadasa at simpan. Ini apa ni? For ball je lah. Nice, nice. Cho kamu eh. Kaltanga na nusti hamo. Na live ha. Phê thì ngại đa sạ nó đang tụt thân này thì cả hon nào cho nó không cặp được tệ áo sen tìm hiện còn là kết được lối họ thì cái chém chung cho first kill anat idan ham kilo ta cha
Let's go.
Team fight kiếm thấy gì lâu cho buổi toàn này. To không personal lâu ha. Thật đẹp chân chicken ở đây. Nice nice. Ta sẽ cái file gồm là bị sẽ đóng lâu cho. trong ấy đàn lụt vả lâu na trong khoản nó này ở chỗ anh na hả khở lâu spoiler no problem apa golden
I need a weapon.
Hello, guys.
Hello. Hi tay cây din ô mel hơi nu anh chỉ là một to cái xa mẹ adu lâu aki ka. You guys fly. Me no fly.
Thằng phi. Chỉ là hi long nè. Dạ. Zone cái gì nữa chứ?
Putaiga room हम रहेंगे Putaiga room है.
Lai cái gì nữa? Lasa.
Sibo.
Kita ada layan tuanya. Sama. Best PMG saya try. Semua best.
Picado.
Money for nó đã thử như lâu cả sự thấy Ruma có mối xe văn vi phô có cọp đó sport nào bọn cái đèn gì vậy
máu hè
không nhỉ đi
kamu building kecil squad ni he kau nung kile squad ni he masang lang si siya mi cho
khải về nhỉ molotov phải xe không nào mình nhỉ
trauma đây nè
không biết ta
lúc hỏi mà nè lại mìm ta alo ơi lại pha vòng số
lo họ cho xây ngay đó
hiện tôi với ô này sẽ có lẽ building out some memes
no auto weapon only single
kamu sama meme kit
Koita Sukhana te
hai tekan cover theri cepat sangat dun ho
kamu sama kalau udah pe
Ada setru lunaru
cepat trong thai luôn này ngay tengah
beautiful kabeng kamu bekas ay bende song mi chaka nei he ngla choi mo wala mấy thằng đang hỏi cái này là single go
nice
lang dut chung hela
tha pe pe the
aki lo ne as ka den
ala ham
squad ni he or like chim te one knock finish
alo tira save
lu thay đâu đi lại memes
Ada setru lunaru
Watch out.
అక్కడ శత్రువులు ఉన్నారు.
Watch out.
Dạ không phải. Mình nào palm là lang hình phải đi không? Nào palm là lang hình gì phải ở trên. Building mà sắp pa hệ.
Chỉ tăng năng power nghe. Có một gì chưa?
Có coi mà chạy finish lộ không?
Có finish
rồi. Finish lộ. Anh finish nào.
Chỉ được. Chỉ ta.
Cả save. Smoke nan siya tayo.
Ayaw!
Ito chun hong hit ngo.
Smoke mo pa. Kalhun ta cho.
Save.
Touch lawyer.
Mi nào pa?
Ngay tay lại ông tôm nó sầu vậy.
Cái screen nào có thun ta rồi cái số này. Hay.
Giống tí cọ.
Có vật à? Building không chom thật đấy hợp.
Không chom đâu à? Squad thum hiểu.
That nó mất hay cho.
Awesome.
Xin lỗi cho cái con fallback của nó lại lo mà không có tóm thôi vậy. Không có tóm rồi cho lại mình ăn ra của cái xả này.
Shot gần chụp chạy.
Cái này ta
stream delay lo hầm delay lo pi. Cái stream delay lo.
Cái số nó lút theo nào? Cái lút nào? Cái hỏi thâu vậy.
Cái lút. Chắc sniper mình là các head để cho lời sniper. Không đỡ tao.
Ngầu sao băng ngầu. Ta cho confident tao không đi ta cho mi ông boy thì điều đang anh không thấy điều ta.
Itu pisto.
Building am na layo ha.
Building am spawn ni mà.
Aduh, kamu tahu.
Kamu isi.
Nice.
Zone hive. Ông ta phải thế.
Ganung kan no ga moi sini nga loot na ga kit na ha.
Ilang ay mi ma.
Watch out.
Lo.
Chỉ phải tông sao ba. Lo le.
Oi, teri ma ki. Hoi ta cover rồi. Nắm lên hoi ta cover rồi.
Không mấy thế bơi.
Không tóm lỡ vào ta thì cho lại ăn flank độ ngào lâu lẻo vắng.
Ở xuống pe nào à?
I'm back. God fucking shoot me.
Smoke cái xe tạo sao?
Xe.
Life for space làm cái lô
Mi ka kan tay bay tay. Spot sa ne.
Nga mo si dinga kan ki pe nga. Kung yan ya ta ha.
Tay không cái này
ta. Kan cover sa. Aga la mi imche. Sung pe na.
Sung apa thang pi.
ngã pan nó một chỉ nữa cống thầy tam cống thầy hầm ta lang apa nah lai wah kitun lang aja tung dung ah me Dancer sini
Aki latte. Tapa chuchu. Ina
pa chung cho.
Có không đam kia không?
Không ta. Ra apa
over yung to.
Marked a location.
Nong thầy đi lang ngayon lang. Bom cúp lẹ lẹ về. Trong ai học cho lại chân này.
అక్కడ శత్రువులు ఉన్నారు.
Má thầy là.
అక్కడ శత్రువులు ఉన్నారు.
Asa bom này làm cái gì à? Anh những nào miếng nghe? Sao cái gì?
Ani na ni uma te.
అక్కడ శత్రువులు ఉన్నారు.
Mini tabang ha squad đang hiu.
Ngai pang. Tunggu.
Kinok ko hit.
Kailan to.
Marked a location.
Hit. Lang hit to.
Che. FPP ball thôi.
Lọt tao.
Không có người này.
Tiền chỗ. Các cái stock đần cho Ang power le. Acan ngapatna.